Chapter 102. By the way, the day after tomorrow is Six Dao's birthday. Let's celebrate a little. Six Dao will explode tomorrow. Outside the Iron Man Tower, a group of people stared at Chen Zong in shock. Just now, Chen Zong had managed to pass the Iron Man Tower before many others. He was only later than 20 people and was ranked 21st. Although he did not get into the top 10, it was enough for everyone to remember his name. Chen Zong. Many people doubted whether Chen Zong could pass the Iron Man Tower. Some even thought it was impossible. Who would have thought that not only did Chen Zong did it, but he also got 21st place. The 20 people who had passed earlier than him were either the first senior brother or the disciples of the Blood Qi realm level 9. They were all very strong. Even Chen Chuyun was only ranked 25th. I take back what I said just now. This person will definitely pass the Iron Man Tower next year, a Tianyao Hall disciple said in surprise. The deacon was also shocked. It was completely unexpected. In the end, there were a total of 90 people who passed the Iron Man Tower within the allotted time. Bai Gu and Bai Mingze also passed, but they were ranked behind. The Iron Man Tower was similar to the Wooden Tower, but it was more difficult. It was filled with Iron Men. Each of them attacked faster and with more powerful attack. Even a Blood Qi realm level 8 would be seriously injured. Besides using the Heaven Light Cloud Shadow Sword, Chen Zong even used the Blood Boil technique. Even so, he only got 21st place, far from the top 10. It could not be helped. Cultivation was his shortcoming. If he was at the Blood Qi realm level 8, he would definitely be able to get into the top 10. It was a pity that he did not get into the top 10 of the Iron Man Tower, but he was happy that he got first place in the Wooden Tower. After that, there were people who passed the Iron Man Tower. They were the top 10 of the Iron Man Tower. But in the end, only one person succeeded. It was the first senior brother, Su Zhantian. Bai Yushan, Zhaneying, and the others were still one step behind. On the third floor of the Sword Martial Tower, Chen Zong scanned the tower carefully. This was a collection of upper human class martial arts and technique. I don't need any martial arts, and I don't need any sword arts at the moment either. Although my wind stepping steps has reached the Tittle realm, it is still limited by its level. So I will choose a high-rank mortal realm movement art or movement art. Chen Zong looked carefully at the footwork bookshelf. Different footwork had different effects. For example, the cloud-traversing footwork was a footwork suitable for long-distance travel. Another example was the earth explosion footwork, which was a footwork that focused on instant bursts of power. Some were suitable for traveling while some were suitable for fighting. It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. After considering for a while, Chen Zong finally chose a body movement called Shadow Body Movement. At the beginning stage, the user could create a shadow to confuse the enemy. At the beginning stage, the shadow would be more solid. At the advanced stage, it would be even more solid. At the completion stage, the shadow would be like a real person, and it would be difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. As for the Tittle phase, Chen Zong would only know when he reached the Tittle phase. Clearly, this was a movement technique that was very suitable for combat. To a certain extent, it was also suitable for survival. Then, Chen Zong went to the Thousand Sword House. The reward for the first place in the Wooden Dummy Tower was 300,000 white jade coins, a total of 3 purple coin notes, and 5 red blood pills. What was left was a upper human class martial art or technique, which he had already chosen. Finally, there was a precious iron weapon. Chen Zong would naturally choose a precious iron sword to practice his sword. After explaining his purpose and verifying his identity, the Thousand Sword House's deacon brought Chen Zong to the third floor to choose. The first floor of the Thousand Sword House had refined iron swords. As for common iron swords, basically no one used them. The second floor had precious iron swords, and the third floor had precious iron swords. Stepping into the third floor, Chen Zong quickly glanced around. There were a total of 17 precious iron swords placed on different sword racks. Some were placed horizontally and some were placed vertically. Every precious iron sword had a different appearance. When one cultivated a sword art to Chunzong's level, the restrictions on the sword's appearance had weakened a lot. However, it still existed. For example, some swords were too long and required 2 hands to wield. Obviously, it was not suitable for Chunzong. This meant that he had to change his habit of using swords, or even recultivate a sword art that was more suitable for him. For example, some swords were too short, making Chunzong feel a little awkward when using them. For example, some swords were too light, making it difficult for him to fully display his strength. For example, some swords were too heavy, affecting his strength. All in all, swords with different styles had their own ways of using them. Some were similar, some were different, and they could not be lumped together. Similarly, some sword arts had to be chosen in order to display their full potential. Chunzong was very patient. He looked carefully and slowly chose. In the end, there were 3 swords that suited him. Chunzong took them out one by one and examined them carefully. He then tried to wield them and sensed them carefully to see which one suited him best. In the end, he chose a silver-white scabbard made of precious iron. The scabbard was inlaid with gold ornaments and precious jade. The scabbard was carved with silver-white precious jade. When the sword was unsheathed, there seemed to be a slight buzzing sound, accompanied by a frosty sword light. When the sword danced, the sword light was like frost under the moonlight, chilling people. The shape of the sword gave people a simple but unique feeling. It was like an ancient sword, full of charm. The more you looked at it, the more attractive it was. The length of the scabbard was 91, and the length of the unsheathed sword was 89. The body of the sword was 70. The widest was 3. 3, the narrowest was 2. 6, and the thickest was 0. 6, it was quite thin but very tough. There was no ridge, and it was as smooth as a mirror, as if it contained frost. The hilt of the sword was 19. The weight of this sword was 1 kilogram heavier than the previous one. It was slightly longer, but it was thinner and tougher, making it more flexible to use. "Good eye," the deacon said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Chunzong could not help but ask. "Have you heard of the legendary swords?" the deacon asked with a smile. "Yes," Chunzong nodded. "Then how many legendary swords do you know?" the deacon asked again. Chunzong shook his head. "As far as we know, there are a total of 9 legendary swords, each with its own name," the deacon said with assurance. "For example, the sword used by Huan Yun's swordsman is the legendary sword, Drifting Cloud." Drifting Cloud. Chunzong was shocked. He did not expect the sword used by Huan Yun's swordsman to be one of the legendary sword. There are only 9 legendary swords. Many people want to get them, but they can't. Therefore, some people imitate them based on their appearance. The deacon smiled and said, "Imitations of legendary swords are usually much more valuable than swords of the same level. The one you chose is an imitation of the legendary sword, Frost Flow." "Frost Flow," Chunzong muttered, his gaze once again falling on the sword in his hand. He did not know why, but the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Humans were very strange. When they gave something a different meaning, they would immediately have a different feeling. There are quite a few people who have their eyes on this sword. The deacon smiled and said, "It's just that they don't have enough jade money to buy it." With this imitation sword called Frost Flow, Chunzong happily left the 1,000-sword house and returned to the 88th courtyard. Then, Chunzong was in a dilemma. Currently, the jade money had reached 1.6 million, and he was still 200,000 away from buying the 7-leaf blood lotus. Then, should he sell the heavy blood jade essence, or this fake Frost Flow sword? The former would be of indescribable benefit to Chunzong's cultivation. The latter would not only increase his strength, but also make Chunzong unable to put it down. How should he choose? 200,000 white jade money. Chen Zong could not help but smile bitterly. The great scarlet blood pill was dispensable to him, who had the heavy blood jade essence. He could sell it, but at most, it would be 20,000 white jade money, which was still a big gap compared to 200,000. A single piece of white jade money was enough to stump a hero. There was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Chen Zong instantly looked over and reacted quickly, as if he already knew. "Is Chen Zong here?" An unfamiliar voice came from outside the door. "I'm Wei Wuxiao. Please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." When the door was opened, a disciple wearing the martial uniform of the Earth Illumination Hall stood outside. He was about 20 years old, and the first impression he gave Chen Zong was that he had a pair of squinting eyes, as if he was smiling all the time. Chen Zong had a slight impression of him. This person seemed to be one of the people who had rushed out of the Iron Man Tower earlier than him. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" Chen Zong asked, only to discover that the other party's gaze had landed on the sword in his hand. He immediately recalled the words of the Thousand Sword House's deacon. "Previously, I found this precious iron sword in the Thousand Sword House. I liked it in all aspects, so I went to gather enough jade money. Now that I have gathered enough, I didn't expect it to fall into Chen Shidi's hands." Wei Wuxiao said with a smile, "I like this sword very much. I hope that Chen Shidi can give it to me." Chen Zong immediately laughed bitterly in his heart. Was he trying to help him make a decision? Was the choice between selling the heavy blood jade essence and selling the fake frost-flowing sword going to be made? "How much can senior brother Wei pay?" Chen Zong took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed through his heart. Then he would sell it, and first gather enough jade money to buy the 7-leaf blood lotus to heal his father. In the future, he would be able to obtain the imitation of the famous sword, and even if he was strong enough, he would be able to obtain the real famous sword. However, it was a pity that he had just gotten hold of the sword, and before he could familiarize himself with it, he had to give it to someone else. 200,000 white jade money. Wei Wuxiao said, "After all, it is a precious iron sword, so its value is about the same. Senior brother Wei is not sincere." Chen Zong shook his head. Although he had decided to sell it, he had to sell it for a good price, because not only did his father need it, he also needed it for his own cultivation. This sword belonged to the top of precious iron swords, and its value was enough to reach the level of 300,000 white jade money. Of course, in the Thousand Sword House, it was at the level of 200,000 white jade money, which was a kind of preferential treatment given to the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. But no matter what, this sword was an imitation of the famous frost-flowing sword, and had a different meaning, so its value should be higher. 200,000 white jade money was too little. It seems that Chen Shidi also knows the value of this sword. This seemed to be within Wei Wuxiao's expectations, and he did not show any signs of anger. 250,000 white jade money, this is the highest price I can offer. 250,000? Chen Zong muttered in a low voice. His heart suddenly moved. If this sword were to be sold outside, it would be worth more than 250,000. He looked at Wei Wuxiao. "I'm sorry, Senior Martial Brother Wei. I've decided not to sell it for the time being." Chapter 103. Note: tomorrow at 5 p.m., in the Galloping Horse Plain, Chen Zong's figure flashed through the underbrush as if he was riding the wind. He carried 1.6 million in cash notes, some pills on his bag, and the fake frost sword in his hand as he swiftly headed towards Martial Wind City. Because he had to pass through the Rapid River, Black Bee Mountain, and so on, he could only rely on his feet. Fortunately, Chen Zong's speed was extremely fast due to the integration of the essence of the wind stepping step. After running through the Galloping Horse Plain and crossing the Rapid River, it was even easier than when he came. The demon beasts in the river could not threaten Chen Zong at all. After that, he crossed Black Bee Mountain and returned to Martial Wind City. It was the evening of the second day. The Seven Lights Martial Academy had a rule that disciples were not allowed to leave without permission except for accepting missions. They had to apply for leave for a maximum of 1 month. Under normal circumstances, no one would apply for leave because time was precious. Sometimes, a day's difference would be even greater in the future. Chen Zong applied for a full month's leave from Bai Yushan, the chief disciple. This did not mean that he had to take that long to return to the Seven Lights Martial Academy. It was just a precaution. He originally thought that Bai Yushan would make things difficult for him because of this. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. Martial Wind City had a kind of tranquility under the setting sun. Chen Zong went straight to the Cauldron Pavilion. Young Master Chen. The maid from last time still recognized Chen Zong and was very respectful. Is Deacon Qian here? Chen Zong asked. Yes, please wait a moment, young Master Chen. The maid quickly answered. Young Master Chen, long time no see. Qian Huan walked over with a smile like a big meatball. His narrowed eyes flashed with a trace of light. He was very surprised to see that Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Deacon Qian, long story short, how much do you think this sword is worth? Chen Zong simply and directly handed over the sword in his hand. Qian Huan took it and pulled it out. It was as if a ball of frost had slid through his body, causing a chill to spread throughout his body. Good sword! Qian Huan exclaimed, this is the best precious iron sword, worth 300,000 white jade coins. I don't think so. This sword is a replica of the Sword Frost sword. Chen Zong said. Fake frost flowing sword. Qian Huan was shocked. After studying it carefully for a moment, he knew that Chen Zong wasn't lying. The value will indeed be higher. If you meet someone you like, it won't be difficult to sell it for 400,000 white jade coins. Young Master Chen, do you want to sell it? My Dingtian Pavilion can offer 350,000 white jade coins. There's no hurry. I want the 7-leaf blood lotus. When can I get it? Chen Zong took back his sword and changed the topic. 7-leaf blood lotus. Qian Huan was shocked when he heard this. Last time, Deacon Qian said that the 7-leaf blood lotus is worth 2 million white jade coins. Since I have the white cauldron token, I can get a 10% discount, which is 1.8 million white jade coins. As he spoke, Chen Zong took out the white cauldron token and a check worth 1.6 million yuan. He waved the fake frost stream sword in his hand. Deacon Qian bids 350,000 yuan for this sword. It's enough to pay. Young Master Chen is indeed extraordinary. The corner of Qian Huan's eyes twitched. His small eyes shone brightly as he said with a smile, I will ask someone to send the 7-leaf blood lotus from the Dingtian Pavilion in the ultimate martial main city. It will take at least 3 days. 3 days. All right, I will come again in 3 days. Chen Zong nodded. Goodbye. Take care. Qian Huan sent Chen Zong out, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. Chen Zong's cultivation speed was quite fast, which meant that his potential was very high. He had misjudged Chen Zong last time, and the conditions he offered were not satisfactory. It would probably not be so easy to recruit Chen Zong now. Qian Huan had his own concerns. It wasn't impossible to offer good conditions, but he had to bear the corresponding risk. After all, he was only a deacon of the Wind Martial Cities branch. He didn't have much authority. His life motto was to seek stability and didn't have the determination to stake everything on a single throw. Let's return to the clan hall first and investigate the Drizzle Gang, Chen Zong said to himself. Chen Zong had escaped into the Black Fengshan after being chased by 2 black-clothed men. He had survived with his own ability and some luck. Considering all the factors, the mastermind was most likely the Drizzle Gang's leader. Naturally, Chen Zong had to settle this score. However, the Drizzle Gang was able to establish itself in the Wind Martial City for more than 10 years. It was definitely not that simple. If Chen Zong were to barge in rashly with only a sword, it would be like delivering fat meat to a wolf's mouth. Even if the Drizzle Gang's leader didn't dare to attack him directly because of his identity as a disciple of the Chen clan, he would definitely be alerted. They would definitely be prepared and would be harder to deal with. If he were to investigate in secret, it wouldn't arouse their suspicion. It might be more convenient for him to settle the score in the future. Stepping into the clan hall, he attracted a lot of attention. Chen Zong first went to the main area. Elder Xing was in charge of the main hall. Chen Zong, why are you back? Elder Xing was stunned at first, then he was shocked. I had some matters to attend to, so I took a leave and came back, Chen Zong replied after bowing. Your cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm? As a Qi refining expert, Elder Xing could see Chen Zong's cultivation at a glance. However, his tone was uncertain. After all, Chen Zong's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm back then. It hadn't even been 2 months since then. This improvement was just too shocking. Chen Zong nodded. Good. Elder Xing laughed loudly. Your decision to enter the Seven Lights Martial Academy in advance was correct. Elder Xing then asked about Chen Zong's situation in the Seven Lights Martial Academy and the situation of the other disciples. Chen Zong took the opportunity to raise his own question, the question of the Drizzle Gang's background. Why are you suddenly asking this? Elder Xing was puzzled. Then, his eyebrows straightened and he spoke with dignity. Did the Drizzle Gang offend you? Seeing Elder Xing's reaction, Chen Zong recounted what happened when he left the Wind Martial City and his speculation. What? Elder Xing was furious. A terrifying aura swept out and shattered the chair he was sitting on. Someone from the Drizzle Gang deliberately targeted you during the Battle of Heroes that day and has already been punished. Su Mingji still dared to do such a thing. He is digging his own grave. Come, follow me to the Drizzle Gang and uproot them. Please wait, Elder Xing, Chen Zong hurriedly said. Elder Xing's reaction was a little unexpected. Although I'm sure that it's most likely the mastermind of the Drizzle Gang, and I really want to deal with it now, I'd rather deal with it myself. I'll treat it as a test for myself, an obstacle in my path of cultivation. If that is what you want to do, then I have no objections. Elder Xing pondered for a moment and nodded. However, unless your cultivation has reached the Qi refining realm, you must inform me if you want to go to the Drizzle Gang. All right. Chen Zong did not refuse Elder Xing's good intentions. Then, Elder Xing told Chen Zong all he knew about the Drizzle Gang so that Chen Zong could have a deeper understanding of the gang. After that, he met with Elder Wei and Elder Li. They also knew about this matter. Elder Wei agreed with Chen Zong's idea and hoped that Chen Zong would deal with it personally. As for why Chen Zong came back, they only asked if he needed any help. After getting the answer that he did not need any help, they did not pursue the matter further. He then met with Elder Lai and Chen Yiming. Chen Yiming had become a martial artist after his blood qi was refined 4 times. He was now at the 4th stage of the qi refining realm. Chen Zong gave him 20 beast blood pills, 10 crimson blood pills, and 2 large crimson blood pills. They could speed up Chen Yiming's cultivation to a certain extent. Chen Zong also saw Chen Fenghua, Chen Guzhan, Chen Jigang, Chen Yidao, Chen Yuyao, and the others. Their cultivation had all reached the 5th stage of the qi refining realm. However, the gap between them and Chen Zong was even greater. 3 days passed in a flash. Chen Zong left the clan hall and headed to the Dingtian pavilion. Young Master Chen, the 7-leaf blood lotus has been delivered, Qian Huan said with a smile after welcoming Chen Zong into the secret chamber. There was a red jade box on the table in the secret chamber. Please take a look. As he spoke, Qian Huan opened the red jade box with his chubby hands. Chen Zong's gaze was immediately attracted to it. He was stunned. There was a blood-red lotus flower quietly blooming inside. It was the size of a child's palm and had a total of 7 leaves. Each leaf was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved from red crystal. It was beautiful and magnificent. There were countless veins on its surface, like blood vessels. There seemed to be traces of liquid flowing slowly, making this 7-leaf blood lotus look even more lively and exquisite. It was a work of art from nature. The 7-leaf blood lotus must be stored in a jade box to ensure that its medicinal properties will not be lost. However, you must remember that it cannot be stored for more than a year under normal circumstances. You must consume it at noon. Take 1 leaf a day. Chew it and swallow it. You must circulate your cultivation technique to dissolve and absorb it, Qian Huan said with a serious look in his small eyes. Thank you, Deacon Qian. Chen Zong thanked him gratefully. He took out the 1.6 million banknotes and the white cauldron token before placing the fake frost stream sword on the table. Young Master Chen must like this sword very much, Qian Huan said with a smile. Yes. Chen Zong did not deny it. A gentleman does not take away what others love. Qian Huan smiled. Young Master Chen, you can keep this sword for yourself. The Dingtian Pavilion can buy the remaining 200,000 white jade money on credit. However, there will be interest. Buy it on credit? Chen Zong was surprised when he heard this. Of course, ordinary people can't. However, young Master Chen, you have the white cauldron token and are very talented. You are qualified to do so. Coincidentally, I also have this right. Qian Huan said with a smile. There are 3 levels of credit. The interest for 1 year is 10%, the interest for 2 years is 20%, and the interest for 3 years is 30%. It sounded like a very high interest rate. After all, the 200,000 white jade money on credit would not exceed a year. When the time came, he would have to repay the 220,000 white jade money. However, compared to selling the fake frost stream sword, Chen Zong could accept it. Within a year. Chen Zong did not hesitate. Even if young Master Chen pays the debt tomorrow, it will still be calculated according to 1 year. Qian Huan explained to avoid leaving any unhappiness in Chen Zong's heart. Young Master Chen, it's not that I don't want to give you face. However, I am only a deacon of the Dingtian Pavilion. I have to bear a certain risk by using this right. To put it bluntly, if something happens before young Master Chen can repay the money will fall on my head. Okay. Chen Zong nodded. The Dingtian Pavilion had its rules. No matter what, since he had made the choice, he had to bear it. Otherwise, he would not have made the choice. After taking back the white cauldron token, Chen Zong closed the jade box and stuffed it into his bag. Then, he picked up the fake frost stream sword. Goodbye, Deacon Qian. Chen Zong cupped his fists. Young Master Chen, take care. Qian Huan smiled as he sent Chen Zong out of the Dingtian Pavilion. His small eyes watched Chen Zong's back as he left. If I were more black-hearted, I could earn another 1.8 million. Unfortunately, although I love money, I will not do things that go against my conscience. Chapter 104. First update to celebrate my birthday. You're in the Force training realm, yet you're following a junior in the Qi and Blood realm. Aren't you demeaning yourself? On the road from Martial Wind City to Small Lake Town, within a small forest, Elder Wei stopped a person wearing a gray martial attire and a black mask. His tone was solemn and dignified without being angry. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. The masked man purposely lowered his voice, making it a little hoarse. Try me then. As soon as Elder Wei finished his sentence, he leaped forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. His hand formed into a tiger's claw, shattering the air in front of him. A vacuum wave blasted towards the masked man, producing a whistling sound like the crashing wave. You're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. The masked man took a step forward, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed the air violently, creating a hole that was extremely sharp. With a bang, a terrifying shockwave rippled out, and the ground was split open. Dust and sand flew everywhere, and a small tree nearby was directly broken. Both of them were in the force training realm, and their strength was many times stronger than those in the chi and blood realm. The scene of them fighting was even more intense. Elder Wei was still stronger after all. He continuously attacked, using the Chen family's tyrannical tiger force. Every punch and every claw was like the roar of a ferocious tiger, gradually gaining the upper hand. With a bang, Elder Wei's splitting tiger claw hit the masked man's chest. The terrifying tyrannical tiger force directly entered the masked man's body, causing destruction. As the masked man retreated, he spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching his mask. He had already suffered internal injuries from that attack. Not only was he not a match, but he also suffered internal injuries. The masked man had no choice but to retreat. He recklessly released his inner force, relying on his outstanding qigong, and fled towards the direction of the mountain. After Elder Wei chased for a distance, he could only watch as the masked man left. He had no choice, speed was not his forte. Who is this guy? What's his background? Why is he following Chen Zong? Judging from his purpose, he must be up to no good. Elder Wei frowned and looked worried. This time, Chen Zong was returning to Xiaohu town. Elder Wei didn't know what was going on, but he was worried that Chen Zong would be intercepted by the Drizzle gang, so he secretly followed him. He didn't expect to meet a Qi refining realm expert who was following Chen Zong closely. He was glad that he followed him, or else Chen Zong would be in danger. Fortunately, this Qi refining realm expert had taken his rending tiger claw head-on, so his internal injuries were definitely not light. Furthermore, he had also used his inner force to escape, so it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Anxious to return home, Chen Zong did not know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. After entering Little Lake Town, he headed straight for the Chen clan. That person looks very familiar. Isn't that Chen Zong? Chen Zong? That Chen Zong who was accepted by the Seven Lights Martial Institution? After recognizing Chen Zong, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Soon, Chen Zong stopped in front of the door. Naturally, he was excited to meet his father. His aunt and Yang Lai were also there, and they were very happy. His aunt looked younger, but that was because of her mentality. Here, there was not much pressure, and the days were smooth and prosperous. Naturally, she was relaxed, and her mental appearance was better. His father, Chen Jingtang, also looked to be in a good mental state. However, due to the decline of his qi and blood, there was more white hair, and his face was paler. Yang Lai was born with superhuman strength. With the energy pill left behind by Chen Zong and his own talent, his cultivation had stepped into the third level of the qi refining realm. His arm strength was even more frightening, and it could reach 1,500 kilograms. He completely surpassed many martial artists. Of course, this did not include the increase of his qi and blood. Chen Zong estimated that Yang Lai's physical strength would have an obvious increase once he reached the fourth level of the qi refining realm. He could definitely exceed 1,000 kilograms. Since he had returned, Chen Zong did not plan to leave immediately. He wanted to wait until his father had completely absorbed the seven-leaf blood lotus. At noon on the second day after his return, Chen Jingtang began to consume the seven-leaf blood lotus. After chewing and swallowing a lotus leaf, Chen Jingtang's skin quickly turned red and steamed. He hurriedly circulated the fierce tiger skill to digest the medicinal effects. After 2 hours, most of the medicinal effects of the lotus leaf had been absorbed. A portion of it was still hidden in his body, and he could only slowly digest it in the future. Good. Chen Jingtang revealed an excited expression. He felt the declining qi and blood in his body gradually become vigorous. A long-lost strength began to flow in his body. He clenched his fists, punched and kicked. Chen Zong could clearly feel the excitement in Chen Jingtang's heart. It had been many years. His body had gradually weakened, but Chen Jingtang's heart had never weakened. Now it was finally going to recover. Every day, other than reuniting with his family, Chen Zong would go to the lake to practice his sword. On the third and fourth day, Chen Jingtang's complexion became better and better, and his qi and blood became more vigorous. He no longer looked as weak as before. On the eighth day, the last lotus leaf was consumed by Chen Jingtang. There seemed to be an astonishing roar of a tiger coming from Chen Jingtang's body, one roar after another, continuous and unending. The power of his blood and qi was like a ferocious tiger rushing down the mountain. Chen Jingtang felt as if his body was on fire. His qi and blood were boiling, and his skin was completely red. The tyrannical power filled his body, and he couldn't help but let out a loud roar. The roar shook the roof, and the dust rustled down and spread far and wide. Father is finally going to recover. Chen Zong's face was filled with joy. The 7 leaves of the 7-leaf blood lotus contained a shocking amount of power. He had to consume all of them in order to completely heal his injuries and restore his declining qi and blood. Not only did he have to recover, but he also had to break through. Chen Zong knew that his father's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the qi and blood realm. He was once again the #1 martial artist in the Chen family of Small Lake Town. How can this be? Chen Huzhan and the others were attracted by the commotion. When they saw Chen Jingtang's appearance, their expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely dissatisfied. Seeing that his father had not only recovered, but his cultivation had also broken through to the 8th level of the qi and blood realm, Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. He felt that the nerves that had been secretly tense all this time had finally relaxed. From now on, I can wholeheartedly pursue my own cultivation path. As he muttered to himself, an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. Countless inspirations emerged one after another. Chen Zong hurriedly stepped forward and quickly headed toward the small lake. As he approached the small lake, Chen Zong's footsteps did not slow down at all. Instead, he sped up and took a step forward. His foot landed directly on the surface of the lake, and layers of ripples spread out. If someone were to see this, they would definitely be extremely shocked. This was because Chen Zong did not fall into the lake. Instead, he took a second step and created layers of ripples, followed by a third and fourth step. Every step was separated by a distance of 2 meters. He stepped directly on the lake water and landed on the opposite shore. Only his shoes were soaked. Chen Zong looked back and was instantly shocked. He had unknowingly stepped on the surface of the small lake that was dozens of meters long. It was unbelievable. One had to know that humans had weight, especially when he was wearing heavy iron arm guards on both of his arms. They added up to a total of 300 kilograms. Including his own weight, it was more than 400 kilograms. Although footwork and body movements could increase one's speed and lighten one's body, they needed something to support them. That was the ground, stone, or wood, or other hard objects. Otherwise, how could it withstand the impact of the force and allow the body movements to be executed as desired? Things like grass, leaves, and water could withstand very little force. It was said that only martial artists at the qi refining realm could use their body movements to leverage the force. No martial artist at the qi and blood realm had ever done it. However, Chen Zong had done it. Although it was very difficult and his feet and shoes were soaked, he still managed to do it. Let's do it again. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong once again grasped the state he was in earlier. He used his body movements and stepped on the water surface. He walked on the water surface and once again crossed the water surface and landed on the opposite shore. He really did it. It was not an illusion or a dream. Good, good, good. Chen Zong was very excited. Just now, when he saw that his father had recovered and made a breakthrough, he had fulfilled his wish, which was his biggest goal. His whole body relaxed, and his mind relaxed as well. The essence of the wind stepping steps appeared unconsciously, and he entered the true secret realm. The wind stepping steps at the true secret realm was completely out of Chernzong's expectations. After repeated attempts, Chernzong came to a conclusion. After the wind stepping steps reached the true secret realm, it was equivalent to evolving into another body movement. It was completely different from the wind stepping step. The wind walking step would allow one to instantly burst out with the power of qi and blood, continuously taking step. It was very useful whether it was for fighting or escaping. However, after reaching the true secret realm, the wind walking step would have another application. It would make one's body lighter, which would naturally increase one's speed as well. It would not consume too much qi and blood and stamina. To put it simply, compared to his normal fast running, the wind stepping steps would only consume more qi and blood power. It belonged to the kind of body movement that could allow him to travel for a longer time. However, it was better than other body movements because his body was light enough to walk on water. He tried again and again until his qi and blood power was almost used up. After performing the wind stepping steps at the true secret realm, my speed would be twice as fast as normal running. Not counting the recovery of the blood jade essence, my stamina and qi and blood power would last for about an hour. Originally, Chernzong already had some of the essence of the wind stepping steps when he was running. Within a certain period of time, his speed would be comparable to that of a horse. Now that it had doubled, he would be able to compete with the red flame horse. It was just that his stamina was not as good. However, there was one advantage that the red flame horse did not have, which was its lightness and the ability to walk on water. With the natural recovery of the blood jade essence, my qi and blood power would last longer. The only thing I need to consider is my stamina. If I take energy pills in time, I would be able to run for 2 hours. Chernzong thought to himself. After deducting the rest time, the red flame horse could easily run 1,000 miles in a day. In 2 hours, it would be able to run 300 miles. Since it originated from the wind stepping steps and allows me to walk on water, I will call it wind stepping water. Chernzong gave a name to the true secret realm wind stepping step. Although Chernzong's wind stepping steps had reached the true secret realm, it did not directly increase his power. However, it had greatly increased his survivability. Chapter 105. Many thanks to junior brother young Master Fei is here for the reward from the Helm Leader. It was the 10th day since Chernzong's return home. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood, but the sun was especially bright. Chernzong was practicing his sword by the lake. He was not limited to any sword technique, but alternating between the 18 basic forms and the 5 foundational sword technique. It was as if he had broken the boundaries between them and was able to execute them as he wished. Chernzong's wrist continued to change with a single strike. 7 times in a row. 7 transformations in one sword. This was undoubtedly a very high level. Among all the disciples of the Seven Lights Martial Academy, there was only one who could achieve this. Even the disciples of Tianyao Hall could not achieve this. Being able to achieve 7 transformations in one sword was closely related to the 8 days of confinement in the dark room. Nothing could be seen or heard in the dark room. His senses were completely blurred. Chernzong gradually adapted with great effort. His grasp of space and distance around him became clearer, and subsequently, his control of his own strength became more exquisite. After experiencing a transformation, his sword technique naturally reached the level of 7 transformations in one sword. Now, Chernzong even discovered that there were signs of improvement on the foundation of 7 transformations in one sword. He was currently grasping this feeling and working hard to improve it to a higher level. After finishing his sword practice and returning home, Chernzong heard a burst of hearty laughter. The laughter was full of qi and contained a great amount of strength. The strong blood energy fluctuation also spread out. So strong. This blood energy is like a furnace. Father's cultivation has broken through again. Outside the house, Chun Zong was overjoyed. The strength of the blood energy fluctuation was clearly only at the 9th level of the Qi and blood realm. It was especially clear because he had just broken through. If I buy the 9 transformation blood rejuvenation pill, it can only restore Father's cultivation. Although the price of the 7-leaf blood lotus is double that of the 9 transformation blood rejuvenation pill, the effect is very obvious. Chun Zong felt that it was a good deal. Perhaps the amount of resources needed to advance from Qi blood stage 7 to Qi blood stage 9 was less than 900,000 white jade coins, but the time needed was at least a few years. The difference between reaching Qi blood stage 9 a few years earlier and a few years later was very obvious. A person's Qi and blood would go through a process of going from weak to strong, and then from strong to weak. Generally speaking, in their 30s, a person's Qi and blood would be vigorous to the extreme. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but was a normal physiological phenomenon. After the age of 40, one's vitality would no longer increase. Instead, it would begin to show signs of going downhill. However, it was very subtle and difficult to detect. After all, a martial artist's physique was stronger, so they could maintain their vitality for a longer period of time. At the age of 50, the signs of decline would become obvious. At the age of 60, vitality realm martial artists would begin to show signs of aging. Although their cultivation would not decline, their physical endurance and vitality force would not be as good as when they were young. The amount of qi and blood in one's body was related to whether or not one could break through to the force training realm. Generally speaking, under the age of 40, when one's qi and blood were vigorous, it was easiest to break through to the force training realm. After the age of 40, the difficulty would more than double. After the age of 50, it was equivalent to cutting off all hope of stepping into the force training realm. Of course, it did not mean that all martial artists before the age of 40 could break through to the force training realm. It was all relative. Whether one could break through or not was related to many aspects. Vigorous qi and blood was only one of the necessary factors. Chun Zhongfan was not yet 40, but he was not far away. If he only reached qi blood stage 9 in a few years, it would be too late. Now that he still had 2 to 3 years, he might have the chance to become a force training expert. That would be completely different. Using 900,000 white jade coins in exchange for a short period of time without any side effects to his cultivation, saving him a few years of time, and increasing his chances of stepping into the force training realm. It was undoubtedly a good deal. Not to mention, his father's cultivation was higher and stronger. Only then would he be able to relax and not have too many worries. He would be able to focus more on pursuing his own path of cultivation. Every day, Chun Zong would cultivate the true sword heavenly technique for 2 hours. The increase in his cultivation was very obvious. The rest of the time, he would cultivate naturally with the help of the blood-sinking jade essence. It was equivalent to cultivating the entire day. His cultivation speed was faster than most martial artists, at least 10 times faster than normal martial artists of the same level. After that, he would practice the sword and the shadow clone technique. Occasionally, he would spar with Chun Jingtang. Chun Jingtang's cultivation method was the Chun family's fierce tiger art, which was a middle-grade human-level martial art. The martial art he cultivated was called Mountain Breaking Leg, which was also a middle-grade human-level martial art. Now that his cultivation had been restored and he had made a breakthrough, he could not neglect the cultivation of martial arts. Chun Zong taught his father the blood-boiling technique, so that it could be used in times of need. 80% of the 7-leaf blood lotus medicinal power was concentrated on the 7 petals. However, the stamen in the middle also contained about 20% of the medicinal power. After Chun Zong consumed the 7-leaf blood lotus, His qi and blood had completely recovered, and he had broken through to the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. Part of the 7-leaf blood lotus medicinal power was still hidden in his body, waiting to be activated and absorbed. Therefore, the stamen was boiled and consumed by Chunzong. On the 11th day after returning home, Chunzong consumed the last soup of the 7-leaf blood lotus stamen and circulated the true sword heavenly technique to refine and absorb it. The power of his qi and blood circulated like a sword, naturally emitting traces of sharpness. Through his own cultivation, the help of the blood-sinking jade essence, and the medicinal power of the 7-leaf blood lotus stamen, Chunzong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the qi and blood realm. Very soon, as he circulated the technique, the medicinal power was continuously absorbed. Under the 3rd layer of the true sword heavenly technique, the power of his qi and blood circulated even faster, directly surpassing its previous limit. Then, it paused as if everything had stopped. Before Chunzong could carefully sense what was going on, the power of his qi and blood moved again. Its speed immediately soared, as if it had turned from a handsome horse into a fierce red horse. So fast! Chunzong was astonished. He even felt waves of cutting pain in his body, although it was not very intense. Not long after, the power of his qi and blood circulated in a circle like a sword, enduring the piercing pain. Chunzong acutely felt that the power of his qi and blood seemed to be undergoing some kind of change, as if it was being purified. The true sword heavenly technique has reached the 4th layer. This feeling was exactly what Chunzong felt. At the same time, he was also somewhat speechless. He had not mastered the 1st layer of the body tempering technique, so his body's endurance was limited. The power of his qi and blood driven by the 4th layer of the true sword heavenly technique seemed to be even faster and sharper, faintly exceeding the endurance limit of his muscles, bones, and blood. Under the circulation of the 4th layer of the true sword heavenly technique, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also faintly aching. Amidst the pain, they were being tempered more thoroughly and strengthened bit by bit, becoming more resilient. Chunzong also keenly sensed that with every circulation, there was a trace of qi and blood power being stripped away. When he traced it down, he discovered that it was gathering outside his heart, as if it was about to form an even more terrifying force. Could it be the power of the true sword? Chunzong guessed as a thought flashed through his mind. The 4th layer of the true sword heavenly technique not only increased the cultivation speed and recovery speed, but also condensed the power of the true sword. That should be it. As for the purification of his qi and blood, it was beyond Chunzong's expectations. After all, the first 3 layers did not have a direct effect of purification. It would only be purified by 10% as one's cultivation progressed from the beginning stage to the middle stage, then the late stage to the peak stage. However, after giving it some thought, he felt that it was normal. After all, it was impossible to condense the power of the true sword without sufficiently pure qi and blood. At the qi and blood realm, the purity of one's qi and blood had nothing to do with one's strength. It was the same for how much one's cultivation increased one's strength. However, it was related to the consumption and recovery speed. Twice the purity meant that the consumption would be reduced by half, and the recovery speed would be doubled as well. It was equivalent to an indirect increase in one's strength. As the circulation continued, Chunzong had no choice but to endure the pain of his body being cut. Fortunately, it was not very intense. Finally, his qi and blood had been purified by twice as much. His internal organs had been tempered to become even more resilient. Furthermore, the circulation was gradually expanding, covering every inch of his body. Chunzong was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. This was clearly the transformation of his qi and blood circulation from a minor cycle to a major cycle. This meant that his cultivation was about to break through from the peak of the qi and blood realm's 7th stage to the 8th stage. Thinking about it, 2 months ago, he was still at the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. If he had stayed in the clan hall in Wind Marshal City, he would probably be at the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood realm at most. Entering the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy in advance was indeed a very wise choice. First, he broke through to the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Then, he obtained a few blood essence fruits to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th stage. Then, he entered the boiling blood pool to cultivate and broke through to the 7th stage. After that, he reached the 3rd stage of the True Sword Heavenly Skill and obtained the Heavy Blood Jade Essence. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of others. After 8 days of confinement in the dark room, he did not die and instead transformed, further stimulating his own potential. Then, with the help of the 7-leaf Blood Lotus Pistol, his True Sword Heavenly Skill reached the 4th stage, and his cultivation ushered in a breakthrough. The time was very short and unbelievable. But when he thought about his experiences and how he had broken through from the brink of death several times, such a harvest was not surprising. The circulation of qi and blood spread to every part of his body, completely surrounding his entire body. Chen Zong could even feel the traces of qi and blood circulation under his skin. His body was also strengthened bit by bit, possessing a stronger endurance. An even stronger strength was contained within. This was the 8th stage of the qi and blood realm, also known as the major cycle of qi and blood. It was neither spectacular nor earth-shattering. Under Chen Zong's repeated tempering, success came naturally. Ha 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 ha! Chen Zong could not help but laugh out loud. Carefree, incomparably carefree. His father's cultivation had recovered and continuously broken through to the 9th stage of the qi and blood realm. He had also broken through in various aspects, becoming stronger and more confident than ever. This year, I'm not even 18 years old. I want to break through to the force-refining realm before I'm 20, Chen Zong said to himself with a firm and powerful tone. He had set a new goal for himself. If one wanted to move forward, one must have a goal. Only then would one have a clear motivation. Otherwise, one would be like a headless fly. Chen Jingtang realized that after Chen Zong's cultivation broke through to the 8th stage of the qi and blood realm, he was even more excited than when he recovered and reached the 9th stage of the qi and blood realm. On the 13th day of his return home, Chen Zong familiarized himself with his newfound strength and was able to fully utilize it. When he used riding the wind and water treading, his speed had increased by almost 20%. His body was also lighter and he was able to last longer. On the 15th day of his return home, Chen Zong was practicing his swordsmanship under a tree by the lake. As he practiced, he had an epiphany. When he stabbed with his sword, a leaf happened to fall. Just as the sword was about to pierce the leaf, it changed in an instant. When the leaf fell, there were 8 sword marks on it. 7 of them were caused by the sword wind, and 1 of them was directly penetrated. Chapter 106. Third update. Dad, Auntie Alai, I'm leaving. With that, Chen Zong left on his horse. His father's injuries were healed, his cultivation had recovered, and he had even broken through to the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. He was considered the #1 martial artist in the entire little lake town, so his safety was basically guaranteed. Seeing that Chen Jingtang's cultivation had recovered and even broken through, Chen Hu knew that he had lost the upper hand, so he had already left under the cover of night. As for Yang Lai, Chen Zong had left quite a number of vitality pills, beast blood pills, scarlet blood pills, and 3 large scarlet blood pills for him. With the help of these pills and Yang Lai's own talent, it would be easier for him to cultivate. His long-cherished wish had been fulfilled, and he had achieved breakthroughs in all aspects. His heart was at ease, and he galloped his horse as fast as lightning. Chen Zong did not know that Elder Wei had been secretly watching and protecting him all this time. Now, True Sword Heavenly Art has reached the 4th stage, and the power of the True Sword has been successfully condensed. My cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and my blood Qi is twice as pure. I can perform more martial arts, and my doppelganger body technique has reached the level of 8 transformations in one sword. I'm stronger than before. It's time to go to the Drizzle Gang. Chen Zong did not know when he would return to the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy. He had to deal with everything that needed to be dealt with, so as not to leave any lingering thoughts in his heart. He returned to the clan hall directly, returned the horse, and went straight to the main hall. When he came out again, Elder Xing had followed him to the Drizzle Gang. Elder Xing, your presence brings light to our humble abode. The Drizzle Gang's leader, Su Mingji, immediately came out to greet him after he was notified. His gaze naturally swept past Chen Zong, but he did not reveal any unusual expression. Gang leader Su, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Elder Xing did not speak, but Chen Zong spoke first. Young Master Chen, you're a genius. You'll definitely live a long life. Su Mingji smiled. Only then did he notice that Chen Zong's blood qi had reached the 8th level of the qi and blood realm. He could not help but be shocked, and his pupils instantly contracted. How long had it been? It had only been slightly more than 2 months. He had actually gone from the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm to the 8th stage of the qi and blood realm. Wasn't this speed of improvement too terrifying? His fingers curled up unconsciously. If this continued, the chances of him taking revenge would become fewer and fewer, and it would become harder and harder. The thought flashed through his mind, but he did not reveal it. Instead, he warmly welcomed Elder Xing and Chen Zong into the hall and invited them to sit down and have tea. Gang leader Su, there's no need to be so busy. Elder Xing said calmly, today, we'll settle all the debts that should be settled. Elder Xing, just listen to what you're saying. Previously, it was my gang members who did foolish things. We've already punished them. If there's anything that you're dissatisfied with, please don't hesitate to mention it, Su Mingji quickly said with a wry smile. Gang leader Su, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. 2 months ago, the 2 people you sent to assassinate me told me that they couldn't kill me, so I'm here. Chen Zong stared at Su Mingji and said bluntly, I know you want to avenge your son, so I'll give you this chance. Su Mingji's expression kept changing. On one hand, he had to restrain himself to avoid bringing disaster to the Drizzle Gang. On the other hand, he remembered the hatred and humiliation of having to apologize for his only son's murder. The assassination failed, and the enemy was right in front of him. Murderous intent was already swirling in the depths of his heart. If you fight with me, you'll be responsible for your own life and death, Chen Zong said calmly, causing Su Mingji's pupils to instantly shrink to the size of needles. I won't interfere. Elder Xing added, I won't pursue the matter after the fact. Really? Su Mingji could not help but spit out these 2 words. Then, he regretted it. Saying this was equivalent to admitting that he had sent people to assassinate Chen Zong. However, he felt relieved. Was it finally time to put an end to this? Then, Su Mingji's heart skipped a beat. What if this was just a ploy by the other party to trick him into admitting that he was the mastermind of the assassination? This isn't a ploy. Chen Zong saw through Su Mingji's thoughts. Elder Xing walked to the side. Before coming here, he had already tested Chen Zong's strength. He was not at the force refining realm, but he was not inferior to someone at the Qi and Blood realm level 9. In fact, he might even be stronger. That was why he agreed to Chen Zong's request. Of course, if Su Mingji wanted to play any tricks, he would not sit back and do nothing. Let's put an end to this grudge today. Su Mingji took a deep breath. Since it had already come to this point, there was no point in hiding anymore. He would settle what needed to be settled, and kill what needed to be killed. He would end this grudge. After saying this, Su Mingji's gaze became sharp. Traces of murderous intent swirled in his eyes. He looked straight at Chunzong, immediately bringing about a sense of oppression. However, Chunzong, who had broken through to the Qi and Blood Realm level 8, did not seem to notice it. He was not affected at all. Kill. Su Mingji exhaled. His voice was like a muffled thunderclap, rolling and shaking. At the same time, he raised his palm and stabbed towards Chunzong like a sharp knife. Under the Qi and Blood Realm Level 9's Qi and Blood Realm Level 9's Qi and Blood Realm Level 9's strength emerged. Even a rock would be shattered. Grabbing the hilt, Su Mingji unsheathed his sword. A flash of snow-like sword light shone brightly. The air around him seemed to have turned cold. Su Mingji felt as if there was a cloud of cold air in front of him. In front of him, there was a flash of light that looked like flowing frost. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt as if he was going to be frozen. This sword made him feel a sense of danger. Not daring to hesitate, Su Mingji swiped his right hand across his waist and pulled out a flexible thin sword. With a flick of his wrist, the thin sword vibrated and emitted countless sword lights, like a drizzle of rain, piercing towards Chunzong. Fearing that a long delay might lead to trouble, Su Mingji used the upper-grade mortal-level drizzle sword technique right off the bat. When older martial artists found it difficult to break through to the Qi training realm, there would be two extremes. One was that they would gradually lose their fighting spirit and become mediocre. Their strength would be average among those at the Blood Realm Level 9. The other was that their fighting spirit would not be extinguished, and they would even become stronger. They would think of ways to strengthen themselves, hoping that one day they could break through the shackles and step into the Qi training realm. These veteran Blood Realm Level 9 martial artists all had amazing survivability and terrifying strength. They would use their strength to a very high level and cultivate their martial arts to a higher level. Su Mingji could be considered such a person. He had stepped into the peak of Blood Realm Level 9 for 5 or 6 years and had never stopped cultivating. His upper-grade mortal-level drizzle sword technique was infinitely close to perfection. He was very familiar with it and had incorporated many of his own insights into it, making it even more difficult to deal with. The drizzle sword technique was astonishingly sharp. It immediately covered Chunzong's entire body, making it impossible for Chunzong to dodge. The sword light flashed and instantly converged into one. Under the sharpness of the fake frost sword, the air was cut open like water. The power of the drizzle sword was obviously not as strong as the drizzle sword technique at the peak of greater mastery. After all, one was lower-grade mortal level while the other was upper-grade mortal level. The difference was obvious. However, under the enhancement of the 4th stage of the true sword heavenly skill, the difference was greatly reduced. In addition, the sharpness of the fake frost sword was better than the fine iron sword in Su Mingji's hand. The sword light shattered many of the sword light. He exerted force for the second time and rushed towards Su Mingji. He was extremely determined, as if he wanted to die together with Su Mingji. Su Mingji's face changed and he quickly retreated. He did not want to die. Chunzong did not want to die either. However, he had the willpower that Su Mingji did not have. The sword suddenly stopped and turned into a lone star, emitting a dazzling light. As soon as the lone star appeared, Su Mingji felt his mind tremble. An indescribable sense of loneliness arose from the depths of his heart. It reminded him of his childhood, when he was alone and helpless, hiding in a shabby thatched hut on a stormy night, shivering, as if he was having a nightmare. Fortunately, Su Mingji's willpower was very strong. When he woke up in a flash, the frost-like sword light had already arrived in front of him. He immediately used his body movement. His whole body was like a bird shuttling in the rain, agile and fast. He pulled away from Chunzong. At the same time, he waved his right hand. The sword light was densely packed like raindrops hitting banana leaf. The sword light crisscrossed and overflowed. Sparks flew every time they collided. Su Mingji tried his best to kill Chen Zong as soon as possible. On the other hand, Chen Zong seemed to be getting more relaxed as he fought. He was calm and at ease. This kid is actually using Su Mingji as a whetstone. Elder Xing shook his head, but his eyes were filled with joy. He was only at the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood realm, but he could calmly fight against a veteran 9th stage Qi and Blood realm martial artist. This strength was indeed amazing. Of course he would be happy. Su Mingji was not a fool. He gradually realized that Chen Zong was using him as a sparring partner. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. Burning blood technique. Su Mingji instantly used the forbidden technique. His qi and blood collided and burned. His body temperature soared in exchange for greater strength, reaching 11,000 caddies in an instant. As if he had broken through some kind of shackle, Su Mingji's aura became extremely powerful. Drizzle pierces rock. He attacked with his sword. It instantly split into countless raindrops, each of them capable of piercing through rock. This was a killer move that used up all of his strength. Sky light and cloud shadow. The sword slashed out. Under the pseudo-frost flow sword, the sky light and cloud shadow had an additional chill, as if they could freeze people. Su Mingji's eyes were filled with white, and he could not see anything. Elder Xing was also stunned. He had seen Chen Zong use this move before, but it was not as powerful as it was now. This move was executed with the cultivation of the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. He even used 90% of his Qi and blood force and physical strength. It was extremely powerful. Under the slash, the rain-like sword light was shattered. It was like a hot knife through butter as it charged towards Su Mingji. This time, he could not dodge it. When the light and shadow dissipated, the thin sword in Su Mingji's hand was broken into two. His left hand was clutching his neck as blood flowed out. His eyes were fixed on Chen Zong. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Just like that, he fell backward. The pseudo-frost flow sword drew a perfect trail of frost and snow before returning to its sheath. Following that, Chen Zong searched Su Mingji's body and found 30,000 white jade note. Naturally, he kept them for himself. Elder Xing, the mastermind, has been executed. The grudge has been settled. Let's go. Chen Zong smiled. He seemed to have relaxed a little. Chapter 107. Fourth update, Kill. The sword light flowed through the air like frost and snow, causing the temperature to drop drastically. The Black Wasp King was cut in half, and the rest of the Black Wasps were also swept into the sword light. All of them died, falling to the ground like leaves. With a twist of his wrist, the 8 transformations of one sword was executed to the extreme, killing another 8 Black Wasps. As he passed by Black Wasp Mountain, Chen Zong intentionally found a swarm of black wasps to practice his swordsmanship. This was something that he would not have dared to do in the past, something that many martial artists would not even dare to do. A single black wasp was not a threat at all. It was not even a monster and could be easily killed by a normal martial artist. Once they formed a swarm of hundreds and thousands, and under the leadership of the Black Wasp King, they could unleash even more terrifying power. Even a Qi and Blood Realm Stage 9 martial artist would not dare to provoke them. Chen Zong did not perform any special swordsmanship. His goal was to train himself. He repeatedly performed the 8 transformations of one sword to familiarize himself with it. In the end, more than 1,000 black wasps died under his sword. Every single one of them was either pierced through or sliced open. He could not have done it if he had used less strength, but if he had used more strength, it would have been too much. The 8 transformations of one sword is my limit now. Chen Zong muttered to himself. Being able to reach this step in such a short time is inseparable from the mental transformation of the Black House. It stimulated my own potential, but now all of the stimulated potential has been transformed. I don't know how long it will take to reach the 9 transformations of one sword. Regardless, the level of the 8 transformations of one sword was far ahead of many Qi and Blood Realm martial artists. Even many Qi refining realm martial artists could not achieve this. There were many monsters in Black Wasp Mountain, but none of them could threaten Chen Zong. Currently, even a level 2 upper beast was no match for him. After crossing Black Wasp Mountain and arriving at the rapid river, Chen Zong looked at the raging water and thought, I wonder if I can use the wind and water tread to cross it directly? The lake in Little Lake Town was only a few dozen meters wide, so Chen Zong could cross it. However, the rapid river was a few hundred meters wide. Moreover, the lake was very calm, while the rapid river was very rapid, which would indirectly increase the difficulty of crossing it. I'll give it a try. Chen Zong was eager to give it a try. If his cultivation level was only at the 7th stage of the Blood Qi realm and his true sword Heavenly Supreme skill was only at the 3rd stage, he would definitely not have such thoughts. However, now that his true sword Heavenly Supreme skill had reached the 4th stage and his cultivation level was at the 8th stage of the Blood Qi realm, things were different. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold, and this is exactly what it means. Chen Zong waited until the rapid river's flow became relatively calm. He took a deep breath and adjusted his physical strength and qi and blood to their peak condition. Then, he took out a few energy pills and held them in his hand. Using the wind riding technique and water treading technique, Chen Zong flew out as light as a swallow. After taking 3 meters, he landed on the surface of the river. The water rippled, and because of the current there were splashes. Chen Zong's feet sank down to his ankles. It was as if he had stepped on a stone. Borrowing the force, he leaped up and flew forward. Each step covered 3 meters. Every step was swift, as if he was riding the wind. Not long after, Chen Zong arrived at the middle section of the rapid river. He had used up 80% of his physical strength, but he still had half of his qi and blood left. Using the wind riding technique and water treading technique to cross the river were different from running on the ground. Running on the ground allowed one to borrow more strength and save energy. However, crossing the river required more energy to maintain the lightness of one's body. He hurriedly consumed the energy pills in his hand. They turned into a warm current that spread throughout his body and restored his physical strength. As for his qi and blood, they were automatically replenished by the blood-sinking jade essence. Not daring to be distracted, Chen Zong continued to use the wind-riding technique. At this moment, a large fish monster broke out of the water. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and tried to bite Chen Zong. Chen Zong had no choice but to draw his sword. The frost-like gleam of the sword sliced through the air and cut the sword in half. Blood dyed the river red and spread out. The monsters in the rapid river were generally only level 1 monsters. They were not a threat. However, humans lived on land and were not used to water. It was inevitable that they would be at a disadvantage in such an environment. After using all his strength, Chen Zong finally crossed the rapid river. At that moment, he felt completely exhausted and fell to the ground, gasping for air. After a while, he recovered some of his physical strength. He hurriedly took out an energy pill and consumed it to speed up his recovery. As for his qi and blood, the blood-sinking jade essence would automatically replenish it. After his physical strength and qi and blood were fully recovered, Chen Zong used the wind-riding technique again. He covered 3 meters in one step and quickly moved forward. This was the galloping horse plane. The consumption of the wind-riding technique was more than 10 times less than when crossing the rapid river. In addition, Chen Zong had reserved some of his energy. The consumption and recovery formed a cycle. Although it could not be sustained forever, it greatly extended the time. A few hours later, Chen Zong stepped into the Bright Sword Hall. Bai Yushan received the news immediately. "You're still alive?" What the hell are you doing? Bai Yushan was stunned at first, then he was furious. When Chen Zong asked for a month's leave, Bai Yushan originally wanted to make things difficult for him. But after thinking about it, he immediately agreed and transferred a Qi refinement realm expert to prepare for the assassination. Chen Zong was only a Qi and blood realm martial practitioner. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his strength. A Qi refinement realm martial practitioner could instantly kill him in one move and eliminate any future troubles. Otherwise, Chen Zong's astonishing growth speed made Bai Yushan a little afraid. He did not expect that even a Qi refinement realm martial practitioner could not kill Chen Zong. What was going on? Where did he go wrong? The matter of sending a Qi refinement realm martial practitioner was very secretive. Otherwise, it would not be good for him if the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy found out. The Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy would not allow such a thing to happen. Now that Chen Zong had returned safe and sound, the chances of getting rid of him were slim. Damn it! Bai Yushan was furious. He pulled out his sword and shattered all the tables and chairs in front of him. Ever since Chen Zong came to the Glorious Sword Hall, he had been giving him trouble. Now, it was like a psychological shadow was entrenched in his heart. He would not be happy if he did not get rid of him. After venting his anger, Bai Yushan returned to his original appearance. He tidied up a little and walked out with a dignified look. Naturally, there would be someone to clean up the things inside. In the Glorious Sword Hall, he was the chief senior brother. When he appeared in front of others, he had to act like a senior brother. Chen Zong did not return to Courtyard 88 directly. Instead, he went to visit Li Zhenshi. After these days, Li Zhenshi's injuries should be completely healed, and he should be able to cultivate normally. Chen Zong did not have many friends in the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy. Li Zhenshi was one of the few, and Tang Junluo could be considered one as well. However, they were in different halls. Everyone was seizing the time to cultivate and improve their cultivation and strength. There was almost no contact between them. After chatting with Li Zhenshi for a while, Chen Zong went to Chen Chuyun's place. "Little brother, your cultivation." Chen Chuyun's beautiful eyes widened in incomparable surprise. "I was lucky and broke through." Chen Zong smiled. Even if he treated Chen Chuyun as his sister, Chen Zong did not plan to explain in detail. There was no need for that. The two chatted for a while. Chen Zong also talked about the recent situation in the clan hall before returning to his own courtyard. "It has been more than 2 months since I entered the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy. My cultivation has risen from the 5th level of the Qi and Blood Realm to the 8th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. This speed is undoubtedly fast, but it is not due to luck. It is due to my own hard work that I managed to achieve this by going through life and death situations time and time again. Now that I have 8 transformations of the one sword, it will probably be difficult to improve it in a short period of time. My cultivation has also reached the early stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. It will be even more difficult to reach the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. It will also take some time. Other than that, I have to cultivate my sword and movement skills. Oh right, I can't neglect my body tempering art. I have to reach the first stage as soon as possible." Chen Zong's mind was clear. He made a short-term cultivation plan and goal for himself. During the time he left the Gui clan, he did not cultivate his body tempering art and fell behind a little. "But before that, I'll challenge Bai Yushan first." Chen Zong smiled. Bai Yushan's strength should be about the same as Zhanaiying's. Chen Zong was able to kill the Drizzle gang leader Su Mingji without using his full strength. He should be able to contend with Zhanaiying and Bai Yushan. If he used his full strength, he might be able to defeat Bai Yushan. Defeating Bai Yushan and pulling him down from his position as the chief senior brother of the Bright Sword Hall would undoubtedly be a very satisfying thing. Bai Yushan would have an even harder time dealing with him after losing his position as the chief senior brother. Moreover, once he became the chief senior brother, he would be able to enjoy treatment that normal disciples did not have. No matter how he looked at it, defeating Bai Yushan was very worthwhile and imperative. Previously, he was not strong enough, but now, he should be strong enough. Even if he could not defeat Bai Yushan, Chen Zong was confident that he could escape unscathed. He knew exactly how strong Bai Yushan was, and he would be able to defeat him the next time. It's not that easy to challenge a hall's chief senior brother. I must submit an application to the 100 Affairs Pavilion. Thinking to himself, Chen Zong went to the 100 Affairs Pavilion to submit the application. What? You want to challenge the chief senior brother, Bai Yushan? The person who received Chen Zong was shocked when he heard Chen Zong's words. No matter how he looked at it, Chen Zong's cultivation was only at Qi and Blood Realm level 8, and he seemed to have just broken through not long ago. On the other hand, Bai Yushan was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9, and he was also a genius. He was much stronger than the average peak Qi and Blood Realm level 9. Yes. Chen Zong nodded, his tone extremely certain. All right, I'll help you register and wait for the instructors to arrange it. Chen Zong nodded and left. Challenging a hall's chief senior brother was not a small matter. He must first submit an application, then get the instructor's approval and arrange a time. After that, it would be carried out under the witness of many people. All of this required time, but according to the rules, it would not exceed half a month. Even if it was half a month, Chen Zong could afford to wait. He could use this time to cultivate and improve his strength as much as possible. Chen Zong returned to Courtyard 88 to cultivate. The 100 Affairs Pavilion quickly submitted Chen Zong's application to the Bright Sword Hall's instructors. Oh, he wants to challenge Bai Yushan. The instructor frowned and was a little surprised. Then, he shook his head. He's still young after all. He thinks he's strong just because Huan Yun swordsman picked him. He's a little arrogant. Rejected. The instructor picked up his pen and was about to write 2 words on the application when he suddenly paused. Since he's picked by Huan Yun swordsman, he must be outstanding in his own way. It's just that he doesn't know his limits. Let him challenge Bai Yushan. Only when he knows the difference between him and Bai Yushan can he settle down and cultivate properly. Then, the instructor wrote down the word agreed and arranged the time to be 10 days later. Chapter 108. 5th Update. Sleepy, hey, don't you think this Chen Zong is too arrogant? He actually wants to challenge eldest senior brother. That's right. His brain is overheated. If I were an instructor, I would definitely reject this request. What a disgrace. This is called courage. Do you have the courage? Discussions could be heard everywhere in the glorious Sword Hall. They were all related to Chen Zong's challenge to the first senior brother, Bai Yushan. It could be said that almost everyone was not optimistic about Chen Zong. Most of them mocked and ridiculed him for overestimating himself. A few people, such as Li Zhenshi, supported Chen Zong. However, they also felt that Chen Zong was not Bai Yushan's opponent. After all, Bai Yushan was the first senior brother of the glorious Sword Hall. He was powerful and deeply rooted in people's hearts. On the other hand, although Chen Zong was a rising star, he had only entered the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy for a short time. There was still room for improvement. He actually wants to challenge Bai Yushan. When Zhang Ning, the first senior brother of the glorious Martial Academy, heard about it, he was surprised and puzzled at first. Then, he became very curious. He must go and see. Extremely stupid. The first senior brother of the glorious Earth Hall, Xiao Hongfu, sneered with a face full of ridicule. Chen Zong ignored all the discussions. In the 88th courtyard, Chen Zong was cultivating the body forging technique. His body was smeared with the frost fire poison ointment. As he cultivated the first 3 styles of the body forging technique, the ointment was constantly absorbed. Through the alternating cold and heat, Chernzong's skin was tempered and became tougher. Even his muscles and bones were strengthened bit by bit. His physical endurance was also increasing. Cultivating the body forging technique was necessary, but it only required 2 hours a day. After deducting rest and meals, there were still a dozen or so hours left. He temporarily did not cultivate the true sword heavenly skill. After all, it was impossible to reach the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm in 10 days. The automatic cultivation with the blood agglomerate jade was enough for the time being. He used the remaining time to focus on the cultivation of the sword art and doppelganger body art. Tomorrow is the day of the battle with Bai Yushan. In the courtyard, Chernzong muttered to himself. His body flickered and a shadow appeared beside him. It looked a bit real. Then, the sword light lit up and turned into a lonely star. It emitted a lonely and desolate aura that made people lose their minds. When the lone star disappeared, the 2 iron stakes in front of it were directly pierced through. The sword hole was smooth. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, emitting blazing rays of light that pierced the earth like swords. The brilliant sword hall's arena was surrounded by people. Half of them were disciples of the brilliant sword hall, while the other half were disciples from other halls who came to watch the battle. Dazzling Blade Hall, Dazzling Martial Hall, Dazzling Soldier Hall, Dazzling Earth Hall, etc. Even a few people from Dazzling Heavenly Hall came. Chernzong, an excellent martial artist, needs to be used for challenges, but he also needs to know his own limitations. I hope that you can understand this after this. The instructor from Shining Sword Academy was surnamed Yang. His sharp gaze fell on Chernzong's face. His voice was clear and loud, and he did not hold back at all. Yes. Chernzong nodded. He did not contradict the instructor because there was no need to. Bai Yushan, as the head disciple, your responsibility is not light. Remember not to be heavy-handed. However, you must make Chernzong realize the gap between us, so that he can restrain himself and concentrate on his cultivation. Instructor Yang looked at Bai Yushan and reminded him. Yes, instructor. I will pay attention. Bai Yushan's attitude was respectful. However, Junior Chernzong's talent is extraordinary. He can fight above his level. His strength might not be inferior to mine. Once we fight, I can't guarantee that I can hold back. I can only try my best. Junior Chernzong, if I accidentally hurt you, please forgive me. Bai Yushan looked at Chernzong and said with a good attitude. It sounded normal, but Chernzong could hear the malice in it. Bai Yushan wanted to use this opportunity to injure him. I also want to say this to Senior Bai. Chernzong's expression was normal, and his tone was calm. How dare you talk to Senior Bai like this? Below the arena, Bai Yushan's supporters immediately scolded Chernzong. They were all ignored by Chernzong. Chernzong is a bit rash. In the crowd, Yang Igu's drunken eyes flashed with a trace of clarity. He said to himself worriedly. Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, and the others were also very worried. Of course, they were also very shocked, especially when they found out that Chernzong's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Qi blood realm. When Tang Junluo was a martial disciple, he had tempered his Qi blood 8 times. His foundation surpassed many people. Not only did he break the record in Wind Martial City, but he was also one of the few in the entire 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. As a result, his cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the Qi blood realm and was close to the late stage even before he entered the boiling blood pool. Such a cultivation speed was already very fast. He had planned to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 7th level of the Qi blood realm before he entered the boiling blood pool. After stabilizing his cultivation, he would use the boiling blood pool's power to break through to the 8th level of the Qi blood realm. He did not expect Chernzong's cultivation to surpass him in such a short period of time and reach the 8th level of the Qi blood realm first. It was inconceivable, but it happened. This kid is a bit arrogant. He is talented and has a lot of potential. If he calms down and concentrates on cultivating for a year, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Bai Yushan. He can even become a Tianyao Hall disciple, but it's too early now. I guess it's because he got first place in the wooden dummy tower and 21st place in the iron dummy tower that made him a bit arrogant. The 3 disciples from Tianyao Hall did not conceal their voices. Almost everyone heard them. Chen Zong did not say anything about it. The others were surprised. They did not expect the 3 disciples from Tianyao Hall to think so highly of Chen Zong. Bai Yushan's expression was a bit ugly. He was looked down upon. Are the 2 of you ready? Instructor Yang acted as the referee. Instructor, I'm ready. Junior brother Chen Zong, if you're not ready, I can wait for you. Bai Yushan was elegant and graceful. I'm ready. Chen Zong said calmly. Remember, this is a spar, not a battle of life and death. Don't go overboard. Instructor Yang emphasized again and announced the start of the match. Junior brother Chen Zong, as the eldest senior brother, I won't draw my sword. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Bai Yushan fully displayed his elegance in front of so many people. Thank you. As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, his right hand clasped the hilt of his sword. In an instant, a ball of frost streaked across the air, as if the temperature had dropped. Below the ring, Wei Wuxiao stared at Chen Zong's hand with a trace of intoxication in his eyes. That's the fake frost-flowing sword. Instructor Yang was shocked. In fact, the temperature of the air was not affected at all. It was just that the fake frost-flowing sword was forged by imitating the frost-flowing sword. When its structure and sword light were displayed, it gave people a feeling of the temperature dropping. In fact, the top-quality precious iron swords were more or less the same. Bai Yushan was also shocked. The speed of Chen Zong's sword was extremely fast. In the instant it was unleashed, it had already arrived in front of Bai Yushan. Bai Yushan was extremely shocked, and he hurriedly retreated to dodge. However, the first sword was only a feint, and the second sword followed, stabbing directly towards his heart, as if it wanted to pierce through it. Bai Yushan could not go back on his word of 3 moves. He could only dodge again. Unexpectedly, the third sword came again, as if it had predicted his dodging route. Bai Yushan had no choice but to draw his sword to block. A cold light flashed, sparks flew, and the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing shook the air. Senior brother Bai, you drew your sword. Chen Zong said calmly. The corner of Bai Yushan's eyes twitched. He felt as if he had slapped himself. I underestimated junior brother Chen Zong's strength. It's my fault. But now I'm going to show you my strength. Bai Yushan's eyes flashed. He wanted to embarrass himself again. The thought of seriously injuring and crippling Chen Zong became even stronger. Go ahead. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Bai Yushan, who had drawn his sword, immediately changed his aura. It became very sharp and terrifying. His eyes flashed, and a terrifying spiritual will was released from his eyes, trying to intimidate Chen Zong. However, it was to no avail. Chen Zong's spiritual will was very condensed. It was not inferior to Bai Yushan's. Bai Yushan took a step forward, crossed 5 meters, and drew his sword. The sword seemed to have turned into a shooting star. It streaked across the sky and shot towards Chen Zong. It was fast and ruthless. It went straight for Chen Zong's throat, as if it was going to kill him in one strike. Without dodging, Chen Zong faced the sword light head-on. His sword was as fast as lightning. It intertwined with light and shadow, interfering with Bai Yushan's vision. Bai Yushan's sword immediately changed. In an instant, it changed 4 times in a row. Including the previous attack, it changed 5 times in one strike. Chen Zong's sword changed accordingly. It also changed 5 times in one strike. After that, it changed 6 times. The tip of the sword was like the horns of an antelope, natural and natural. It cut towards Bai Yushan's throat. 1 strike, 6 changes. Instructor Yang was even more surprised. Those who could understand it were also surprised. Amazing! He actually reached the level of 1 strike, 6 changes. That's unexpected. 1 strike, 6 changes. This was Chen Zong's limit. He still had a lot of reservations. Bai Yushan had no choice but to take a step back. Then, he suddenly charged forward. There was no change in his sword. It was only about sharpness and ruthlessness. It was indomitable and determined. The two swords crossed and collided. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated, filling everyone's eardrums. Sparks flew. Bai Yushan used his sword technique to the extreme because he realized that Chen Zong's sword technique was not inferior to his. In fact, it was even superior. He could only suppress his opponent with the advantage of his cultivation base. Under normal circumstances, a 9th stage Qi and Blood Realm martial artist would have a strength of 2,000 caddies more than a 8th stage Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. However, Chen Zong cultivated the true sword heavenly skill. The first 3 grades had to be cultivated to the peak to increase one's strength by 30%. However, at the 4th grade it was no longer necessary. It could increase one's strength by 50%. Under the conversion of 50% strength, it might not be comparable to the strength of 2,000 caddies of strength. However, it was not inferior by much. In addition, with his superior sword technique, he was not inferior to Bai Yushan. He could definitely fight force with force. The more they fought, the more shocked Bai Yushan, Instructor Yang, and the others were. Chen Zong was actually able to fight Bai Yushan, who was at the peak of the 9th stage Qi and Blood Realm, to a standstill. It was unbelievable. Chapter 109. Bai Yushan was a descendant of ultimate martial main cities by clan. His status was not low, and he cultivated one of the Bai clan's 3 famous foundation establishment sword techniques, the Lesser Starlight sword technique. When he attacked, the sword light seemed to turn into specks of starlight. Bai Yushan had already cultivated this foundation establishment sword technique to the minute subtlety realm. When he used it, the blade could not be seen, and only specks of dazzling starlight could be seen. If one looked at it more than a few times, they would feel dizzy. Every speck of starlight was a sword that could pierce through steel. It was terrifying. Chen Zong's sword was like lightning, like an eagle soaring through the sky, like a willow returning wind, shattering the specks of starlight and counterattacking. Every strike was fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. Every strike was like a killing move, extremely dangerous. How terrifying! Below the arena, the spectators were shocked, especially those martial artists who had not reached the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. They felt their heartbeats accelerate and their mouths go dry. An indescribable sense of excitement spread throughout their bodies, causing their Qi and blood to boil. It was too exciting, that kind of battle. In a battle between martial artists who cultivate their fists and legs, it's very impactful. However, swordsmanship is more about technique. It's about finding a flaw and killing it in one strike. It's like dancing on the tip of a blade, or stepping over a cliff barehanded. Even for swordsmanship martial artists of similar strength, it's very likely that one of them will die and the other will only be injured or even unharmed, said a swordsman at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. Sabers were strong and fierce, and swords were light and graceful. Each had its own strength. In comparison, sabers gave people the feeling that they were more powerful and heavy, while swords gave people the feeling that they were sharper. Of course, nothing was absolute. But no matter what, a battle between swordsmanship martial artists with similar strength would often give people a thrilling feeling. It would make people's hair stand on end. Sensing Chen Zong's strength, Bai Yushan felt more threatened. His desire to seriously injure and cripple Chen Zong grew stronger. It was directly expressed in his swordsmanship, which became more ruthless and fierce. Even though Bai Yushan had yet to cultivate the foundation establishment sword art to the realm of true mystery, he had developed a unique understanding of it after cultivating it. His movements had become more agile and crafty. Every strike of his was filled with his full strength and contained a shocking killing intent. Bai Yushan cultivated 2 foundation establishment sword arts, both of which were related to starlight. However, one of them focused more on stabbing, while the other focused more on slashing. Both of them had reached the realm of minute subtlety, and when used together, they were even more agile and astonishing. Kill, kill, kill. Chen Zong practiced as many as 5 foundational sword techniques. 3 of them might not be as powerful as the foundational sword technique practiced by Bai Yushan, but the Flash Thunder sword technique was not inferior at all, and the 8 moves of real sword directly surpassed it. Moreover, the 5 foundational sword techniques gradually broke away from their original shackles under Chen Zong's repeated practice. The restrictions between them became more and more vague, and when they were used alternately and combined with the 18 basic moves, they seemed to have formed a path of their own. It was like a kind of detachment. Bai Yushan's footsteps were direct. Whether it was moving forward, backward, left, or right, they were all direct and swift. On the other hand, Chen Zong's footsteps were light and graceful, as if he was walking on the wind. The collision of different styles, but each strike contained a shocking amount of danger. The spectators were mesmerized by the fight, and they also felt a chill run down their spines. Exciting, an indescribable excitement. After fighting for a while, Bai Yushan could not suppress Chen Zong at all and had the upper hand. Chen Zong also felt Bai Yushan's strength. Compared to Su Mingji, who was a veteran martial artist at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 9, Bai Yushan could only be stronger. Perhaps Bai Yushan's cultivation time was far less than Su Mingji's, but his talent, cultivation methods, sword techniques, and so on were not something Su Mingji could compare to. Some of the powerful veteran martial artists at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 9 were relatively strong. Very few could compare to those geniuses at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 9. Chen Zong's strength is actually so strong. Instructor Yang was astonished. Initially, he was very dissatisfied with Chen Zong's request to challenge Bai Yushan. He felt that Chen Zong was biting off more than he could chew and was arrogant. Previously, he even advised and warned him. He did not expect Chen Zong to be able to fight Bai Yushan to this extent. It was truly too shocking. With Instructor Yang's eyesight, he could naturally see that Bai Yushan had already shown his true strength other than his ranked martial arts and forbidden technique. However, Chen Zong did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Similarly, Chen Zong did not use any forbidden techniques or ranked martial art. Bai Yushan's strength brought a certain amount of pressure to Chen Zong. Pressure often turned into motivation. Under this motivation, Chen Zong's application of the foundation establishment sword techniques he had learned became more refined. The boundaries between them gradually became more blurred, and there were signs of them fusing into one. Of course, no matter the rank of the martial arts or sword techniques, when they were created, they were given different meanings and styles. There were clear boundaries between them. It was very difficult to break through those boundaries. Even if one cultivated to the realm of minute subtlety, there was little hope. Those who could do it all had extremely deep and unique understanding of the martial arts and their application. This might not be a particularly difficult task for a true martial realm elite, but for martial artists below the true martial realm, it was like a natural chasm. Ordinary martial artists would not even be able to touch the threshold in their lifetime. The stronger Chen Zong was, the more attention he attracted. The more shocking he was, the more Bai Yushan was wary of him. Damn it! Bai Yushan was furious. He felt that if this continued, Chen Zong could really surpass him. That was definitely not a good thing for him. Endless starry sky. All of a sudden, The power of chi and blood burst out as he performed a human realm upper-class sword art. His sword turned into countless stars and filled the surroundings. It was as if the night sky had suddenly turned into a starry sky, surrounding Chen Zong. It looked beautiful, but it actually contained a shocking killing intent. Every starry sky was a sword light, stabbing at Chen Zong from all directions. He took a step forward and his body moved like the wind, escaping from under the stars. His long sword trembled slightly and changed continuously. It was like lightning and thunder, but also like the returning wind blowing past a willow tree. As the light and shadow intertwined, there was a sense of reality. With another sword move, a solitary star shone, as if it had become the center of the starry sky. When it shone, the light of the starry sky dimmed, as if it was about to be extinguished. It was also a upper human class sword technique, but the solitary star was undoubtedly more powerful. Of course, there was a limit to the power of ranked martial arts. Whether it was by Yushan or Chen Zong, they had already unleashed the power of their swordsmanship to the limit, and with the support of their cultivation, they had become even more powerful. Endless starry sky attacked Chen Zong, and the solitary star also attacked by Yushan. There was a sense of loneliness which made people lose themselves. To be able to become the eldest senior brother of the first seat and to be undefeated after so many challenges, Bai Yushan definitely had his own strengths. His mental fortitude was extremely strong, and with just a moment of distraction, he was able to recover. The two swords collided, and the sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. Some people with lower cultivation couldn't help but cover their ears. They couldn't bear it. The collision between the upper-class human stage martial arts was equally matched. Brilliant starry sky. Bai Yushan performed the second sword move. The endless starry sky became extremely refined. Every point had a sharp light, as if it was formed by the tip of a sword. It could easily tear through steel. Solitary star illuminating the world. Once again, he slashed out with his sword. The lonely star that manifested shone with an unprecedented radiance. The feeling of loneliness became even more intense, and Bai Yushan was affected even more. Everyone below the arena was also affected, and they all felt an indescribable sense of loneliness. So scary. It can even affect one's spiritual will. Instructor Yang was shocked. His spiritual will had already reached another level. He was immune to this kind of influence, but he could still feel it. There were very few martial arts that could do this. The solitary star sword technique was one of them. Of course, Chen Zong's own understanding was also involved. Otherwise, no matter how good a martial art was, if one couldn't understand the essence of it, it would be meaningless. When the solitary star illuminating the world appeared, the light of the other stars seemed to be overshadowed. Chen Zong was unharmed. Damn it! Bai Yushan cursed. He approached Chen Zong and began a more dangerous close combat. With a sword in hand, he changed his moves. It was extremely dangerous. Bai Yushan's sword was also a top-quality precious iron sword. It was not inferior to Chen Zong's fake frost-flowing sword in the slightest. This kind of close combat with sharp swords was even more exciting and terrifying. This kind of challenge was different from a life-and-death battle. It was more difficult to use one's hands and feet. Although it was said to be full strength, it was more or less reserved. Suddenly, Bai Yushan slashed out with his sword. The sword light split into two and shot towards Chen Zong's left and right like two shooting stars. While Chen Zong blocked the attack, Bai Yushan's entire body seemed to be facing Chen Zong's sword head-on. Bai Yushan's left hand, which had long been prepared, pointed towards Chen Zong's chest with his index finger. Chen Zong had some killing intent in his heart, but he couldn't kill Bai Yushan directly. His sword cut through Bai Yushan's arm. From the corner of his eye, he could see that the tip of Bai Yushan's left index finger had turned blood-red. It was as if countless qi and blood energy had gathered there and was spinning at an astonishing speed. It was like a strange spiral that contained terrifying power. This finger was too fast and had been prepared for a long time. By the time Chen Zong realized it, it was already too late to dodge. The finger directly hit Chen Zong's heart. Bai Yushan's eyes were filled with a trace of malevolence. Under the blood-shattering finger, your qi and blood will slowly drain away over time. The more you use it, the faster your qi and blood will drain away. In the end, it will all be gone, and you will become a cripple. Bai Yushan's voice sounded in Chen Zong's ear. It was very soft, so soft that even Instructor Yang didn't hear it. Chen Zong's heart trembled. The sword that he had been holding back suddenly exploded, heavily slashing at Bai Yushan's chest. It tore apart his martial clothes, revealing the golden silk inner armor underneath. It also directly tore the golden silk inner armor. At the critical moment, Bai Yushan's left hand slashed at the fake frost-flowing sword, causing it to deviate. However, some of the skin on his chest was still scraped off. The bloody scene was shocking. It cut towards Bai Yushan's arm. If it hit, one of his arms would probably be crippled. Chapter 110. Thank you for your blessings, Bao. Bai Yushan's gold-threaded inner armor had been broken and a layer of skin had been scraped off from his chest. It was a ghastly sight to behold as blood dripped from the wound. Bai Yushan's complexion changed several times. Thinking back, it seemed that his finger's strike had not truly struck Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression was somewhat cold. Bai Yushan's blood-shattering finger had not actually struck his chest. It had been blocked by the metal piece that had been stuck to his chest to open the stone chamber. Otherwise, it was very likely that, as Bai Yushan had said, all of his blood and qi would have deteriorated and eventually disappear, becoming a cripple. Just thinking about that kind of consequence made him shudder. Previously, he had read many books about it. There were some strange and even vicious martial arts that specialized in destroying qi and blood. However, they were rare and not easy to cultivate. He did not expect Bai Yushan to have them. Murderous intent gathered in his heart. However, with Instructor Yang here, it was impossible for him to kill Chen Zong. It's a spar between fellow disciples, not a battle of life and death. You've gone too far. Instructor Yang's expression was cold, and his voice was filled with anger. His sharp and cold gaze seemed to pierce through Bai Yushan and Chen Zong. This battle ends here. It's a draw. The audience below the arena did not expect a battle to turn out like this. Those with good eyesight could see that at the last moment, Bai Yushan had pointed at Chen Zong's chest. Although they did not know what kind of move it was, they were sure that it was a type of finger technique. The heart was the source of qi and blood. Once it was damaged, it would take at least a month or more to recuperate. In serious cases, it would leave a permanent illness that would affect the progress of one's cultivation. It was equivalent to cutting off one's future. Because of this, Chen Zong attacked with his sword, intending to kill Bai Yushan. However, Bai Yushan dodged at the last moment. This had turned into a battle of life and death. It was not allowed. As the eldest senior brother, you've disappointed me. Instructor Yang looked at Bai Yushan and scolded coldly. He was more familiar with Bai Yushan and had high hopes for him. As for Chen Zong, he had a deep impression of him because Huan Yun's swordsman had pointed him out. However, he knew very little about Chen Zong. After watching the battle today, he was shocked and delighted that Chen Zong was able to fight Bai Yushan with his qi and blood realm level 8 strength and not be at a disadvantage. After all, no matter what, Chen Zong was a disciple of the glorious Sword Hall. His talent was outstanding and he was powerful. To the glorious Sword Hall, it was an honor. As a teacher of the glorious Sword Hall, he was also proud. He used to think that Chen Zong was arrogant and conceited. After seeing Chen Zong's strength, he was not angry at all even though he was slapped in the face. Instead, he thought more highly of Chen Zong. A disciple whom he had thought highly of before and a disciple whom he had just thought highly of actually wanted to kill each other. This was unacceptable. Both of you go back and reflect. Instructor Yang waved his hand and said, "Yes." Bai Yushan nodded and sheathed his sword. He turned around and pretended to leave. Chen Zong also sheathed his sword. Instructor Yang clasped his hands behind his back and left the arena in a flash. A sudden change occurred. Third layer of the blood-boiling technique. Astral force. Flying star chasing moon. In an instant, Bai Yushan exploded. His blood and qi boiled like boiling water. His body temperature rose rapidly and his skin turned red. There seemed to be wisps of white gas rising. The third layer of the blood-boiling technique increased his strength by 2,000 Jin and his speed by 30%. This allowed Bai Yushan's strength to reach a whole new level in an instant. Immediately, the fourth layer of the astral force technique that Bai Yushan cultivated also erupted. The condensed astral force appeared. The precious iron sword was unsheathed. It seemed as if a speck of astral force was injected into the sword. It turned into a peerless meteor that tore through the sky. It was extremely sudden and ruthless. Bai Yushan's speed increased once again. He displayed a high-grade mortal-level martial technique that had reached the large success stage. Carrying all of Bai Yushan's strength, he stabbed towards Chen Zong. 12,000 Jin of arm strength, a 30% increase in speed, and the amplification of the astral force condensed from the fourth layer of the astral force technique was extremely terrifying. The crowd below the stage only felt as if their thoughts had stopped. Their eyesight was simply unable to capture that sword. Even the three powerful Tianyao Hall disciples could only see a flash of astral force. The speed of this sword already showed signs of surpassing the limits of the Qi and Blood realm. It was infinitely close to the average Qi refining realm. Bai Yushan, you dare! Instructor Yang turned around to look. His complexion suddenly changed. He roared as he exploded with inner strength. His body was like an unsheathed sword, extremely fast. At the same time, he unsheathed the long sword on his back and instantly slashed out. The strong wind from the sword tore through the air. It was like a transparent crescent moon that slashed towards Bai Yushan's sword. However, Instructor Yang was already some distance away from the stage. Bai Yushan's eruption was also very sudden. It was like water from afar couldn't put out a nearby fire, so he was a bit slower. Chen Zong also didn't expect that Bai Yushan would actually be so crazy in front of everyone. It was completely unexpected. However, despite his surprise, Chen Zong didn't panic in the face of danger. His reaction was extremely fast. His extraordinary speed of thought allowed him to make the most accurate response in an instant. Bai Yushan's sword was extremely fast and difficult to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Blood-boiling art, second stage. True sky extinction sword force. Chen Zong had already cultivated the blood-boiling art to the second stage. It could increase his strength by 500 kilograms and speed by 20%. This couldn't compare to Bai Yushan's blood-boiling art's third stage. Immediately, the true sky extinction sword force hidden in his heart erupted. As one of the 8 great forces of ultimate martial main city, the Bai family naturally also had a top-grade mortal rank art. However, there was only one, and only the most important and outstanding disciples could cultivate it. Bai Yushan did indeed have a high position in the Bai family, but he still didn't have the qualifications to cultivate a top-grade mortal rank art. What he cultivated was the high-grade mortal rank astral art. Similarly, in the Seven Lights Martial Academy, there were naturally top-grade mortal rank arts and martial arts. Not just anyone could cultivate them. The first 3 stages of the astral art could increase one's attack power and speed by 10%. When cultivated to the 4th stage, it would condense a ray of astral art. When used, it would increase one's strength and speed by another 10%, just like a shooting star. As the first senior brother of the brilliant Sword Hall, Bai Yushan's talent was indeed outstanding. He had already cultivated the astral art to the 4th stage. However, the true sword heavenly extinction art surpassed top-grade mortal rank art. When cultivated to the 4th stage, it could increase one's sword power by 50%. It was extremely terrifying. The condensed true sky extinction sword force could also increase one's strength by 50%. When stacked together, it would become even more astonishing. Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword. Bai Yushan's sword carried a certain killing intent. Chunzong didn't hold back either. Under the full force of his strength, he displayed his most tyrannical sword. An extremely intense light shone, almost filling the entire arena. Below the arena, even the 3 Heavenly Brilliance Hall disciples could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. The first senior brother of the Martial Brilliance Hall, Zhan Ing, was shocked. He had once seen Chen Zong display this sword not long ago. He had even personally clashed with it. At that time, it wasn't as strong as it was now. Now that this sword was displayed, he couldn't see where the sword was at all. He couldn't even feel it. There was only a kind of feeling that terrified him. An intense, ear-piercing sound reverberated from the strong light cloud shadow. The air rippled like water. At the same time, Instructor Yang's crescent moon-like sword wind also arrived, directly shattering and dispersing the strong light. Chunzong held his sword. His face was pale as he staggered back. On the other hand, Bai Yushan was sent flying. The precious iron sword in his hand fell off and stabbed into the arena. There was a sword wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Large amounts of blood gushed out. If Chunzong's sword hadn't directly blocked it with his precious iron sword, Bai Yushan would have been cut in half. Even so, he was seriously injured. If he wasn't treated in time, he might die from excessive blood loss. As the sword wind passed, Instructor Yang also landed on the arena. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes contained shocking anger. Chunzong, you're too heavy-handed. Instructor Yang reprimanded him directly. He immediately looked at Bai Yushan and said, "Why aren't you taking Bai Yushan away for treatment?" In addition, as the first senior brother of the Martial Brilliance Hall, I announce that Bai Yushan, as the first senior brother, has violated the rules of the first senior brother. He will be temporarily replaced by Chunzong. The first senior brother of the hall must not only have outstanding strength, but also be fair and just. After all, as the first senior brother, he could enjoy treatment and rights that others didn't have. If he wasn't fair and just, it would only break the rules. Previously, although Bai Yushan wasn't completely fair and just, he wasn't biased by much. Instructor Yang didn't mind. After all, people were like that. They all had their own preferences and so on. It was inevitable that they would be biased in their actions. As long as it was within the rules, it was acceptable. However, this time, when facing Chunzong, Bai Yushan's actions had greatly disappointed Instructor Yang. Recalling Bai Yushan's evaluation of Chunzong, now that he thought about it, Bai Yushan might have had his own selfish motives. Such a person naturally didn't have the qualifications to be the first senior brother. Chunzong displayed even more tyrannical strength and defeated Bai Yushan. Thus, he had the qualifications to be the first senior brother. However, Instructor Yang still didn't know what his character was like. Therefore, he could only temporarily replace him. It could also be considered as an evaluation period. After the heavily injured Bai Yushan's wounds were sprinkled with hemostatic powder, he was carried away. Because his injuries were too severe, he was stripped of his position as the first senior brother, causing Bai Yushan to faint. When he woke up, everything would be different. Chunzong, remember, as the first senior brother, you must protect the honor of the glorious Sword Hall. Regardless of whether it's the disciples of the glorious Sword Hall or the disciples of the other halls, you must be fair and just. Instructor Yang's tone was strict. I will do it with a clear conscience, Chunzong replied. He knew very well that the so-called fairness was relative. It depended on the situation and wasn't fixed. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to have a clear conscience. From today onwards, you will move into the first senior brother's building and enjoy the treatment of a first senior brother. Instructor Yang nodded and said. As the first senior brother, the place where he lived was an independent pavilion named the First Senior Brothers Building. It was even better than the 10 small high-grade buildings. In addition, he would be able to receive 10,000 white jade coins every month, possess a precious iron weapon or a golden silk inner armor, receive 3 great scarlet blood pills and a blood essence pill for free every month, and so on. Moreover, there would be people who would take care of his daily life. He didn't need to go to the cafeteria to eat because there would be people who would specially prepare his meals. He would eat food made from tiger tooth rice that contained rich energy and the meat and bones of level 2 demonic beasts. Chapter 111. The main building had 3 floors. The first floor was the living room, kitchen, shower room, and maid's bedroom. The second floor was the first senior brother's bedroom, small living room, and study. The third floor was the cultivation room. The 3 floors weren't small at all, with a length and width of 15 meters. The study on the second floor was next to the bedroom. It was about 20 square meters in size, with a bookshelf full of books. There were probably more than 500 books. Chunzong had read more than half of them, but he hadn't. Getting up, Chunzong put the books back on the shelf and picked up a brush to write. Writing was like practicing swordsmanship. They both had something in common. Chunzong integrated his swordsmanship experience into his calligraphy. Every stroke was like the stroke of a sword, with an indescribable sharpness. At the same time, he was training his control over his strength. Walking, sitting, and lying down were all part of cultivation. Chunzong gradually realized this. After reading and writing, Chunzong picked up the fake frost-flowing sword and walked up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor didn't have any partitions. There was only one large room, and it looked quite empty. There was an iron pillar erected in each of the 4 directions. They were forged from precious iron, and their hardness and toughness were astonishing. Their value wasn't low, and they were used by the eldest senior brother to test his strength. Moreover, they were all new. Opening all the windows, the sun shone in and the wind blew in, making the room bright and relaxing. Chunzong took out a blood essence pill and swallowed it. He then practiced the true sword Heaven's supreme skill. Because of the heavy blood jade essence, the scarlet blood pill was useless. After all, it had its limits. However, the blood essence pill was still effective. The blood essence pill was equivalent to a strengthened version of the beast blood pill. It contained an incomparably rich and pure blood energy. Every pill consumed was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. It was extremely difficult to refine, and its value was much higher than the great scarlet blood pill. 2 hours later, the pure blood qi of the blood essence pill was completely absorbed. Chunzong could feel his qi and blood growing stronger. He was closer to the mid-stage of qi and blood realm level 8. He took off his martial attire, applied the ice-fire poison paste, and started to practice the body forging technique. After that, he practiced the shadow clone technique and then the sword art. In the training room, the sword light flashed across like frost and snow, leaving clear sword marks on the fine iron pile. Unlike the iron wood pile, the fine iron pile could withstand the sharpness of the fake frost sword, allowing Chunzong to display his swordsmanship to his heart's content. He didn't have to deliberately hold back, and the training effect was much better. He opened the jar, and a strong wine aroma with a fishy smell filled the air. After 49 days, the blood essence pill wine was finally ready. This jar of blood essence elixir wine weighed 10 caddies in total. Chunzong took out 1 jar of 3 caddies of blood essence elixir wine and 1 jar of 2 caddies of blood essence elixir wine for Sister Yun. He gave the 2 caddies of blood essence elixir wine to Li Jinshe and prepared the remaining 5 caddies for himself. The effect of the blood essence elixir wine was far inferior to that of the blood essence elixir pill. It was only slightly better than the beast blood elixir pill and had some supplementary effect on cultivation. The only thing that made Chen Zong happy was that the blood essence elixir wine was also beneficial to the speed of cultivation. Good. I wonder if my true sword heavenly end ability can reach the 5th layer after consuming these 5 caddies of blood essence elixir wine? Chen Zong thought to himself. Once the true sword heavenly end skill reached the 5th layer, the power of the swordsmanship would increase by 70%. The power of the true sword heavenly end skill would also increase by several folds, reaching 100%. He believed that once he unleashed it, he would be able to kill people like Bai Yushan. If he could reach the highest 6th layer, it would be even more terrifying. It would increase the power of the swordsmanship to 100%. Although the power of the true sword heavenly end skill wouldn't increase, it would still be able to shoot through the air. This was something that Qi and Blood Realm martial artists couldn't do. I must cultivate the true sword heavenly end skill to the 5th layer, and then to the 6th layer. Chen Zong secretly made up his mind. A martial artist's strength was made up of various aspects such as martial arts, combat experience, skills, and so on. None of these aspects could be lacking. Otherwise, it would become a shortcoming, a flaw. After drinking another mouthful of blood essence elixir wine, Chen Zong began to cultivate. His cultivation base and the progress of his martial arts improved at the same time. This was undoubtedly rare. Even if I consume these 5 caddies of blood essence elixir wine, I can cultivate the true sword heavenly end skill to the 5th layer, but I can't reach the 6th layer. It seems that I have to find more blood essence elixir beasts to continue soaking in the wine. As the first senior brother of the first hall, even if it was only a temporary position, he still had his rights. Chen Zong went to the 100 Affair Pavilion to issue a mission. The rewards would be given according to the different grades of blood essence elixir beasts. For example, the blood essence elixir of a high-class 2 demonic beast was worth 50,000 white jade coins, while the blood essence elixir of a mid-class 2 demonic beast was worth 25,000 white jade coins. As for the blood essence elixir of a low-class 2 demonic beast, it was very difficult for it to condense a blood essence elixir. Even if it did, it wouldn't be strong enough, so there was no need for it. There was no doubt that the reward for this mission issued by Chen Zong was very high. Everyone was tempted. For most martial artists, rather than soaking the blood essence elixir wine, they would rather sell it and buy other elixirs to aid in their cultivation. After all, the martial arts that they cultivated were relatively average. They were middle or high human class. After a few years, they would reach the last layer, if not the last layer. Chen Zong didn't have to do it himself. Naturally, there would be people who would fight for the high reward. In the end, they would find the blood essence elixir beasts and deliver it to him. However, there were very few blood essence elixir beasts, and they were very strong among those of the same level. It wasn't easy to obtain one. Fortunately, these 5 caddies of blood essence elixir wine were enough for Chen Zong to consume for a while. The qi and blood in his body surged for a while before calming down. Chen Zong opened his eyes and exhaled. My cultivation has reached the middle of qi and blood realm stage 8. My qi and blood energy has been purified by another 10%. Chen Zong muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. A small increase in cultivation couldn't directly increase one's strength, but it could purify one's qi and blood energy. When performing martial arts, the consumption would be lower and the recovery speed would also be faster. Especially his qi and blood energy, due to the true sword heavenly art reaching the 4th layer, was twice as pure. It was not inferior to a martial artist at the peak of qi and blood realm stage 9. This 10% increase was even more obvious. Not long after, Chen Zong received a message. Bai Yushan had left. Bai Yushan, whose injuries had basically healed, chose to leave the Seven Lights Martial Academy. Here, he had lost all face and was even stripped of his position as the first senior brother of the Seven Lights Martial Academy. The one who became the first senior brother of the Seven Lights Martial Academy was his enemy, Chen Zong. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would go crazy. Leave. He had no choice but to leave. Chen Zong, I will never let you go. The next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. Bai Yushan rode on his steed and looked back at the Seven Lights Martial Academy. Then, he swept a glance at the others. They were all Bai family disciples of the brilliant Sword Hall. He said in a low voice, "Remember, cultivate well. Don't go against Chen Zong." After a few encounters, Bai Yushan could see that although Chen Zong looked gentle, he was in fact a difficult person to deal with. Once provoked, he would definitely counterattack. This person was decisive and would not show mercy. Bai Yulo and the others were very unwilling. They originally planned to go against Chen Zong in all kinds of ways in the Brilliant Sword Hall, but Bai Yushan's words made them give up. Yulo, remember, Chen Zong is not to be trifled with. Unless you have the strength to defeat him directly, don't provoke him on purpose. The one Bai Yushan was most worried about was Bai Yulo, so he especially warned. The injury this time made Bai Yushan see the truth clearly. Instead of being dispirited, he calmed down. Okay. Under Bai Yushan's fierce gaze, Bai Yulo finally nodded. Cultivate well, Chen Zong. I will kill him with my own hands in the future. Bai Yushan left the last sentence and his legs clamped on the horse, galloping away. Bai Yushan's instructions before he left were effective. Otherwise, Bai Yulo and the others would definitely go against Chen Zong on purpose, and Chen Zong would certainly not show mercy. Time flew. Chen Zong had consumed all 5 kilograms of blood essence elixir wine. His true sword heavenly art had not reached the 5th stage, and there was even a big gap. It was more difficult than Chen Zong had imagined. The new blood essence elixir wine was still being brewed. It was a high-rank 2 demonic beasts blood essence elixir, and there was only one of it. It also weighed 5 kilograms, but because the blood essence elixir wine was of a higher grade, the brewing time was longer, taking a total of 64 days. For the sake of the high-rank 2 demonic beasts blood essence elixir, Chen Zong had already paid out the 30,000 white jade coins he got from Su Mingji and the 20,000 white jade coins he got after becoming the eldest martial brother. He was out of money again. Chen Zong did not feel anything. The purpose of earning money was ultimately for cultivation. Otherwise, he would only be a miser. If he was not strong enough, he would be killed. No matter how much money he had, it would be of no use. The eldest martial brother not only received 10,000 white jade coins, 2 great scarlet blood elixirs, and 1 blood essence elixir every month, he also had the qualification to buy things at a 30% discount. Moreover, he had the qualification to buy things on credit 3 times. Chen Zong used all of these to the extreme. Everything was used to its full potential. Otherwise, it would be useless. Cultivating wholeheartedly, the glorious Sword Hall was also very peaceful. There was no need for him, the eldest martial brother, to uphold justice. At the end of the 3rd month after Chen Zong became the eldest martial brother, his cultivation base increased again, reaching the peak of Blood Qi Stage 8. The purity of his blood qi had greatly increased. However, the gap between peak blood qi stage 8 and blood qi stage 9 was even greater than the gap between blood qi stage 7 and blood qi stage 8. It was even more difficult to break through. The new blood essence elixir wine could be consumed. His true sword heavenly skill had also reached the peak of the 4th stage. However, he realized that it was very difficult to use the blood essence elixir wine to break through the bottleneck of the true sword heavenly skill. The effect had decreased by more than 10 times. Even if he consumed the entire jar of blood essence elixir wine, it would still be impossible. Chen Zong was somewhat disappointed, but he felt that it was normal. It was not easy to make such a huge leap, especially in the later stages. He could only rely on his own ability. Another 3 days passed. The last portion of the newly refined Frostfire Poison Membrane Ointment was applied to his skin. He spread it evenly across his entire body and cultivated the first 3 forms of the body forging technique. As he cultivated, Chen Zong immediately felt the intertwining of ice and fire on his skin after absorbing all of the Frostfire Poison Membrane Ointment. It rapidly expanded and contracted 9 times in a row before stopping. The color of his skin seemed to have changed. It was no longer as white as before. Instead, it had a healthy bronze color. As he moved his hands and feet, Chen Zong could clearly feel that his skin was filled with a kind of toughness. It was many times stronger than before, and his physical strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 112. Many thanks to junior brother Hengshi for the 5,000 yuan tip. While the eldest senior brother of a hall enjoyed privileges that other disciples did not have, he also had to bear the corresponding obligations. For example, protecting the honor of a hall was one of the obligations. For example, maintaining a fair and just attitude was another obligation. Furthermore, they had to carry out some special missions. Chen Zong received such a mission. A village with a population of a few hundred was slaughtered overnight. All of them were in a similar state of death, and their blood was dried up. Apart from the Heavenly Illumination Hall and the Glorious Disciplinary Hall, all the other halls received this mission. However, none of them completed it. The disciples who accepted this mission did not return. There were a total of more than 20 disciples who accepted this mission. Among them, there was no lack of Qi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artists. Apart from the Heavenly Illumination Hall and the Glorious Disciplinary Hall, the eldest senior brothers of the other 5 halls were given this mission. The 5 of them would work together to complete it. The eldest senior brother of the Glorious Earth Hall was still Xiao Hongfu, the eldest senior brother of the Glorious Martial Hall was Zhan Ing, and the eldest senior brother of the Glorious Soldier Hall was Yi Qianren. These 3 had been the eldest senior brother of the 3 halls for quite some time. After them were the new eldest senior brother of the Glorious Blade Hall, Zhou Dong, and the new eldest senior brother of the Glorious Sword Hall, Chen Zong. Among the 5 of them, Chen Zong's cultivation was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 8, while the other 4 were at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 9. However, in terms of strength, Chen Zong was not inferior to them at all. I don't think this mission will be easy. The 5 of us should work together wholeheartedly, Zhan Ing said. I hope no one will drag us down. Xiao Hongfu snorted coldly and glanced at Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong ignored him as if he did not hear him. I think everyone's strength is about the same. Although Chen Zong's cultivation is not at Qi and Blood Realm Level 9, he was able to defeat Bai Yushan. His strength is not inferior to ours, Zhou Dong said with a smile. Yi Qianren remained silent and didn't say a word. Xiao Hongfu snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He had personally witnessed the battle between Chen Zong and Bai Yushan a few months ago. He was very surprised and even fearful of Chen Zong's strength. He knew that even if he were to fight, he might not be able to defeat Chen Zong. He deliberately said that to embarrass Chen Zong, but he did not expect that the other party would ignore him. Let's discuss this quest first. Zhan Ing laughed. The 5 of them hurried along on their red horses while discussing and exchanging their views. Along the way, Yi Qianren did not speak at all. He maintained his silence. The weapons he used were rather peculiar. They were the ancient bronze double truncheons. Each section of the truncheons was like a miniature tower. Chen Zong didn't talk much either, so he didn't know much about this mission. It was mainly Zhang Ning, Zhou Dong, and Xiao Hongfu who were expressing their opinions. After a round of discussion, they gradually sorted out their thoughts. According to the description of the quest, the culprit could be a human or a monster, but the possibility of it being a human was higher. Secondly, the culprit was either extremely powerful or there was more than one of them. They deduced that the latter was more likely because hundreds of people died in a single night without causing any obvious damage to the village. Even if it was a Qi refining realm martial artist, it was impossible to kill hundreds of people in a short period of time. Moreover, the hundreds of villagers all died from blood loss, but the wounds left behind were different. Thirdly, the culprit's cultivation should not have exceeded the Qi blood realm. If it had exceeded the Qi blood realm, this quest wouldn't have been done by Chen Zong and the others. Naturally, a Qi refining realm martial artist would have done it. After 3 days and 2 nights, the 5 of them finally arrived at their destination. Immediately, they could feel a heavy aura of death permeating the air. The temperature in the air seemed to have dropped a lot, and there was a kind of chill. This was the negative effect of hundreds of deaths. Before they arrived, everything was just words. After arriving, Chen Zong and the other 4 revealed a serious expression. The entire village was dead silent. Under the cold aura, there was an invisible pressure. Ordinary people would probably be scared out of their wits if they stayed for a while. Let's split up and investigate in different directions. Let's see if we can find any clues, Zhou Dong suggested. That's not right. If we split up and were defeated one by one, it would be troublesome, Zhang Ning objected. I'd like to see how we can defeat them one by one. Xiao Hongfu snorted coldly and walked quickly to one side. I'll go this way. Zhou Dong smiled and walked in the other direction. Yi Qianren did not say a word and chose another direction. Zhang Ning shook his head helplessly. The 5 of them were all first senior brothers of their respective halls. In terms of strength and status, they were all equally matched. No one was willing to submit to the other, and each had their own pride. Brother Chen, why don't we work together? Zhang Ning felt that it was safer to work together. Compared to the strangeness of this quest, if they were not careful, they might end up like the previous 20 or so people, never to return. All right. Chen Zong would not be careless and arrogant. In the end, he was just a mere Qi and Blood Realm level 8 martial artist. There was still the Force Refining Realm and the true martial realm above him. The gap was infinitely large, and he did not have the right to be arrogant. Chen Zong and Zhang Ning teamed up and walked in another direction. Both of their footsteps were light. One of them was in charge of the left side, and the other was in charge of the right side. Their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings carefully, searching for any possible traces. The hundreds of villagers' corpses had already been burned, so they could not see them. The 20 or so people who were on the quest earlier were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they were dead. After half a day, the 5 of them circled the entire village, but they did not find anything useful. It's getting late. Let's stay here tonight, Zhang Ning suggested. The quest is not completed yet. Of course we'll stay here temporarily, Xiao Hongfu said coldly. As the first senior brother of Illuminated Earth Hall, he had a sense of superiority. After all, Illuminated Earth Hall was an elite hall. When he spoke, he always had an overbearing attitude. The 5 of them each chose a house and stayed not far away from each other. Late at night, Chen Zong finished cultivating the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill. It's probably very difficult to break through to Qi and Blood Realm level 9 in a short period of time. It's probably not that easy to reach the 5th level of the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill, Chen Zong said to himself as he exhaled. Whether it was reaching Qi and Blood Realm level 9 or reaching the 5th level of the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill, it would bring about a significant increase in one's strength. Chen Zong estimated that it would be very difficult to break through to Qi and Blood Realm level 9 from the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8 in a month or 2. The people found out that it was difficult to break through from the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8 to Qi and Blood Realm level 9, they would probably punch and kick Qinzong. After all, it was normal for most martial artists to stop at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8 for half a year. "Who's there?" Qinzong, who had just exhaled, had a sharp glint in his eyes. He unsheathed his faux frost-flowing sword in an instant, turning it into a frost-like sword light that tore through the air and flames, piercing toward the back. "You have fast reflexes, but it's a pity you're still going to die." Beneath the sinister laughter was a voice filled with murderous intent. A black shadow appeared, waving its sharp claws. Under the cold glint, the claws collided with the faux frost-flowing sword several times. After the powerful force knocked the sword away, the claws continued forward, turning into the sharpest and most ruthless cold glint, tearing through the air and grabbing at Qinzong's throat. With a flick of his wrist, the faux frost-flowing sword turned into an even colder glint, slicing toward the black shadow's head. A little difficult to deal with. The black shadow's sinister laughter rang out again, bringing with it a thick bloodlust and murderous aura that made people uncomfortable. The cold glint of the claws spread out, once again blocking Qinzong's sword. The other claw was still moving forward, but it changed in an instant, piercing toward Qinzong's heart. With the 8 transformations of one sword, Qinzong not only neutralized the opponent's claw attack, but also counterattacked, slicing off the opponent's black robe, revealing a thin but abnormally strong figure. The appearance was a little strange. At first glance, Qinzong thought of a wolf, especially the pair of eyes that were filled with the ferocity of a vicious wolf. The strong body was filled with terrifying strength, with both hands covered in sharp claws, emitting a cold glint under the candlelight. The tyrannical Qi and Blood Realm level 9 had reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9. There was also a tyrannical aura like that of a monster. A thought flashed through Qinzong's mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "You're from the Black Demon sect." With that one sentence, Qinzong saw a hint of astonishment flash across the opponent's face. Soon after, the disciple laughed sinisterly again. "A mere Qi and Blood Realm 8th stage martial artist actually knows about our Black Demon sect. For this, I'll grant you immediate death." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Demon sect disciple leaped and attacked like a vicious wolf. The stench of blood assaulted Qinzong's face, and his murderous aura was abundant. Those who didn't have strong enough willpower would feel fear under such an aura, and would find it difficult to exert much of their strength. Qinzong had fought with a Black Demon sect disciple before, and even cut off one of his opponent's arms. However, that was when his opponent was injured and unable to use a ranked martial art due to his limited strength. The feeling was completely different from today, but he was also not his past self. The faux frost-flowing sword brought about waves of cold glints, as if frost covered the ground and cold snow filled the sky. Each strike was merciless. Needless to say, Qinzong was certain that the Black Demon sect was the culprit behind the deaths of hundreds of villagers in this village overnight. The 20 or so Seven Lights Martial Academy disciples who had accepted the mission but never returned were probably also killed by the Black Demon sect. Qinzong even estimated that the 5 of them had been targeted by the Black Demon sect when they entered this place, and waited for an opportunity to make their move at night. If he was attacked, the other 4 were probably the same. Just as Qinzong thought, Zhang Ying and the other 3 were also attacked. However, their strength was not weak, and they were also first-rate geniuses. Their strength was much more tyrannical than an ordinary peak Qi and Blood Realm 9th stage martial artist. Even if the Black Demon sect disciples were known to be able to suppress many martial artists of the same level, they still couldn't defeat them in a short period of time. Within the 5 wooden huts, 5 different but equally dangerous battles were taking place. "Kill!" Qinzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light condensed and emitted an astonishing light. It was so dazzling that it made it difficult for the opponent to look straight at it. Just as he closed his eyes and opened them again, a terrifying sword light had already arrived in front of him without mercy. The Black Demon sect disciple's expression changed greatly. He immediately crossed his claws and resisted the slash. A tyrannical force erupted, and he was directly pushed back and crashed into the wooden house's wall. There were even slash marks left on his claws. On the other hand, Chunzong suffered an even stronger impact. He was pushed back and broke through the wooden door. Chapter 113. Today, my third brother is celebrating. Dominator of the 6 realms drank too much and slept from noon until 7 p.m. I can only update once. I'll make up for it tomorrow. The people of the Black Demon sect were injected with the blood of demonic beasts. Even without transforming, they had an even stronger physique. It was normal for them to reach 1,000 or even 1,500 gene. Coupled with the amplification of their chi and blood realm cultivation, they were even more terrifying. They also had a tyrannical demonic beast-like aura, causing their strength to often exceed many martial artists of the same level. Chunzong's physique was at the standard level. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the chi and blood realm, so his amplification of 7,000 gene was equivalent to 8,000 gene. The 50% amplification of the true sword absolute skill didn't refer to strength, but the power of the sword. It was different. After conversion, it wasn't even 12,000 gene. Compared to his opponent, there was still a difference of 1 to 2,000 gene. In a head-on clash, strength was a huge factor. Another factor was technique. This Black Demon sect martial artist was not only strong, but his battle technique was also outstanding. He was a very terrifying opponent. Chunzong broke through the door. This Black Demon sect martial artist stamped his feet and his strength exploded. His body was as vigorous as a ferocious wolf as he rushed out. His claws repeatedly clawed, and cold light filled the surroundings. Under the night sky, they interweaved into a net and covered Chunzong. He wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. The fake frost-flowing sword flashed a frost-like luster. The night sky was like water, and faint layers of ripples spread out. His strength was inferior to his opponent, but in terms of technique, Chunzong had the advantage. The realm of 8 transformations of one sword made his sword more agile and sharp. Fight, fight, fight. The other people also fought outside the house. The battle was very intense. Xiao Hongfu practiced palm arts. He wore a pair of golden silk gloves that could resist the sharpness of precious iron swords. Not only was his palm fast, but it was also filled with ferocious power. It was filled with astonishing explosive power, and it was like rolling thunder. His opponent was a very strong Black Demon sect martial artist. He was like a black bear, and he also used palm arts. Although each palm didn't seem fast, it contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was like a large millstone smashing down, bringing with it a dull whistling sound that made it difficult for people to breathe. Zhang Ying practiced eagle claw. Not only was his every claw fast and sharp, it could crush steel. Coincidentally, his opponent was a martial artist with an aquiline nose who also used a claw art. It seemed to be the eagle claw art. Zhou Dong practiced with his saber. His opponent's chi was incomparably ferocious, like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His opponent's aura of a ferocious tiger. His opponent's chi was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His opponent's aura of a ferocious tiger. Yi Qianren's weapon was a pair of maces. They were bronze-colored and were similarly precious iron-grade weapons. They were shaped like miniature and elongated pagodas. They were uneven and had a terrifying attack power. Each of them weighed over 100 gene and were extremely heavy. Just a slight hit would cause one's bones to be broken. In each Yenren's hands, the twin truncheons displayed a terrifying and ferocious power. It was as if two small whirlwinds had been formed as they attacked swiftly and violently. Each Yenren didn't look strong, but in reality, his strength was beyond the norm. His arm strength was 1,500 jin. He was usually a man of few words, but when he fought, it was the complete opposite. His opponent used two short sabers. The sabers were sharp and agile. They didn't clash with each Yenren, but instead looked for gaps and flaws to kill. To be able to become the head senior brother of a hall, he naturally had outstanding abilities. Although the Black Demon Sect's martial artist was powerful, it was impossible for him to end the battle in a short period of time. He didn't even have the upper hand. On Chernzong's side, the more he fought, the more he got used to it. His opponent's demonic beast bloodline was obviously related to wolf. Their strength was very strong. Combined, they were even stronger than Bai Yushan a few months ago. However, his own strength had also improved significantly in these few months. The sword slashed past. There were too many changes. The speed of the sword was fast and sudden. Fortunately, the opponent's reaction was very fast. It seemed like they had fused with their demonic beast bloodline, which strengthened their senses. They quickly dodged. However, one of their ears was cut, almost splitting into two. Transform! Kill them! The martial artist was furious. He roared, followed by a howl. It was like the howl of a fierce wolf. It was sharp and tyrannical. In this village where hundreds of people had died, it was extremely frightening. Following the howl, the other four Black Demon Sect's martial artists also let out terrifying howls. It was like the roar of a black bear, like the sharp cry of a goshawk, like the roar of a fierce tiger, and also a strange and sharp squeaking sound. The 5 howls rose and fell one after another, resounding through the silent night. Chernzong and the others' faces changed greatly. They quickly rushed to kill. Something was wrong. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the opponent's body. Sand and stones flew, and a gale swept up, making it difficult for people to approach. Under the night's dust, the 5 Black Demon Sect's martial artists' bodies rapidly changed. In the time it took to take a breath, their appearance had greatly changed. What is this thing? Xiao Hongfu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this, they had never come into contact with the Black Demon Sect's martial artists. Xiao Hongfu's opponent's height suddenly increased by half a meter. Thick black hair grew all over his body, making him look like a half-human, half-bear. Zhang Ying's opponent's nose became even sharper. Under the shape of his face, there was a shadow of a goshawk's face. Feathers appeared under his arms, and his hands flashed with a cold light. Shockingly, they turned into the claws of an eagle with a thick layer of cuticle. Zhou Dong's opponent turned into a half-human, half-tiger. His body was stronger, his fists were bigger, and his strength was stronger. Yiqianren's opponent was the most peculiar. He looked like a praying mantis. The twin sabers in his hands seemed to be connected to his arms, like the mantis's blade arms. Chernzong's opponent, on the other hand, had transformed into a half-man, half-wolf. He was a classic werewolf. His green eyes emitted a cold and ferocious glint. An ordinary Qi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist would feel a chill run down their spine if they were stared at. Pay attention. They are martial artists from the Black Demon Sect. They have fused with the blood of demonic beasts and can transform into half-human, half-demonic beasts. Their physical strength surpasses that of humans, and is comparable to demonic beasts. Their strength is very frightening. Chenzong quickly said. When Zhang Ying and the other 3 heard this, their faces changed again. This was the first time they had heard the words Black Demon Sect. After all, it had been hundreds of years since the Kingdom era, and the Black Demon Sect had disappeared for hundreds of years. There wasn't much information about them, and martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm belonged to the lowest level of martial artists, so the information they had was limited. If Chernzong had not met them and asked the elders of the clan hall, he would not know anything about them. After transforming, the strength of the 5 black demon sect martial artists became even more frightening. They were at least 20 to 30% stronger. The werewolf's speed was even faster. It was as if his legs were kicking, and he was still pouncing towards Chernzong. His sharper claws tore through the night like rippling water. A frightening chill covered Chernzong's entire body, making him smell the scent of death. How frightening, Chernzong said to himself. He took a small step back and drew his sword. The sword's light was straight, directly piercing through the night. Although Chernzong's cultivation was only at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8, his strength was much higher than the average peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9. When he exerted his full strength, his sword was sharp and deadly. The battle with the werewolf was extremely fierce. On the other hand, the other 4 people exerted their full strength, but gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After all, after transforming, the Black Demon Sect martial artist's strength became even more frightening. From this, it could be seen that Chernzong's strength was above theirs. Fierce wolf claw. Shred into 1,000 pieces. The werewolf's chi and blood power exploded. A frightening and violent aura surged and attacked, shaking Chernzong's spiritual will. However, it was as unshakable as a reef. Fierce wolf claw, a human-level upper-grade martial art, was compatible with the werewolf's body. When used, its power was maximized, and it was incomparably frightening. Chernzong could only see countless cold and sharp claws tearing through the night. Every part of his body was attacked by a chill, as if it would be torn apart. Lone Star illuminates the world. Chernzong raised his sword. In the night, it bloomed with an astonishing brilliance, directly covering all the other light. The smell of loneliness spread out, slightly affecting the werewolf. However, this Black Demon Sect martial artist was able to successfully integrate with the blood of a demon beast. His spiritual will was, after all, stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. In an instant, he came to his senses. He waved his claws and collided with the incoming sword. A frightening force exploded, creating layers of ripples in the air. Chernzong's sword suddenly changed. He used the force of the rebound and stabbed out at an even faster speed. One sword, 8 transformations. Chi chi chi. With 3 consecutive sounds, Chernzong's sword left 3 wounds on his opponent's body. Blood dripped out. After a few months of cultivation, Chernzong had already cultivated one sword 8 transformations to the extreme. He had completely mastered it. Wind stepping steps. The night was like water. Chernzong's body seemed to blend into the darkness. He flashed quickly like the wind. However, what greeted him was the werewolf's sharp claws. It looked like Chernzong was running into them. Doppelganger body technique. Chernzong's body shook and split into 2. They looked equally real. It was the perfect doppelganger body technique. In the past few months, Chernzong had improved his doppelganger body technique from the beginner level to the small success level, and then to the great success level. A few days ago, he had stepped into the perfect level, giving people a feeling that it was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. The cold light of the sharp claws tore through the night, and at the same time, tore apart Chernzong. That was a doppelganger. The real body appeared on the other side. Sky light cloud shadow sword. An indescribably strong light shone, attracting everyone's attention. It felt like a small sun had suddenly appeared in the night, making people's eyes unable to adapt. What was even stronger was the sword hidden within. It was extremely fast. There was no way to dodge it. He could only barely resist it. In an instant, the sharp claws were cut off. The sword also directly cut open his chest. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. It almost cut his body in half. His whole body flew backward and crashed into the mantis man. Chernzong quickly took out an energy pill and swallowed it. He quickly operated the true sword Sky's supreme skill to absorb the pure blood and chi of the blood-sinking jade to recover. Because of this sword, Chen Zong had used up 80% of his physical strength and chi and blood power. It should be known that since he had cultivated the first layer of the body forging skill, the copper skin, his physical strength had also improved by a lot. It had increased by at least 50%. The consumption of 80% was more than the consumption of 100%. Chapter 114. Author's Note: I haven't completely recovered from today's alcohol, so I'm afraid I'll have to wait until tomorrow to make up for what I missed yesterday. Also, let me inform you that tomorrow, our sword art will be on the shelves. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Ying and the others quickly reacted and attacked. The Goshawk art was activated, and the Goshawk claw was used to the extreme. It could tear apart steel and hit the opponent's chest, forcibly tearing off 2 pieces of flesh. Xiao Hongfu continuously attacked with both of his palms. Not only was each palm fast, but it also contained a terrifying explosive power. It continuously bombarded the bear man's body, and after each palm's power was restrained, the bear man's huge body was pushed back again, and he kept vomiting blood. Zhou Dong's long blade rolled up coldly, and like a thunderbolt, he chopped down and took the opportunity to cut off the tiger man's left arm. Yi Qianren's 2 maces were incomparably violent, and like 2 roaring hurricanes, they violently bombarded the mantis man's body, breaking his muscles and bones. He kept vomiting blood and flew out like a ragged sack. In a flash, all 4 Black Demon Sect martial artists were injured. Run! The tiger man roared and withstood his injuries, explosively retreating at an astonishing speed. The bear man waved both of his palms, and like a huge millstone, he smashed towards Xiao Hongfu, and at the same time borrowed the force to retreat. The eagle man let out a sharp cry, and spread out his arms like an eagle about to soar into the sky. He was the fastest, and he overtook the bear man and the tiger man, and disappeared into the night. The wolf man was almost cut in half by Chen Zong's sword. Blood gushed out, and he quickly lost his strength and died. The mantis man's bones were broken, and his injuries were very serious. He couldn't escape for a while, and Yi Qianren's maces violently bombarded his head, breaking it like a watermelon. Out of the 5 Black Demon Sect martial artists, 2 were instantly killed, and this was related to Chen Zong's sword. It was very difficult for the Black Demon Sect martial artists to fuse with a demon beast's bloodline, and it was almost impossible for them to survive. Those who could successfully fuse with a demon beast's bloodline and survive would often become more tyrannical and terrifying. Therefore, they had a kind of pride in their hearts, and believed that they were stronger than normal martial artists. Chen Zong and the other 4 were originally their prey, or at most, stronger prey. In the end, their prey transformed and unleashed a terrifying sword strike, severely injuring one of them to death. Their momentary lapse in concentration allowed them to seize the opportunity to kill or cripple them. They had no choice but to flee. Fights between cultivators of similar strength were like this. If one side was slightly careless, they could be injured or even killed. Chase. Xiao Hongfu was in high spirits. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and chased after them. Zhou Dong and Yi Qianren quickly followed suit. Chen Zong, are you all right? Zhang Ying appeared in front of Chen Zong and asked. It's okay, we'll chase after them too. After Chen Zong took the energy pill, his physical strength recovered rapidly. His blood chi also recovered rapidly with the help of the profound blood jade essence and the 4th stage of the true sword heavenly skill. Following the darkness of the night and the movements left behind by the other party, the 5 of them gave chase. During the chase, everyone took energy pills and beast blood pills to recover their energy. Outside the village, a dense forest gradually appeared. The 3 black demon sect cultivators drilled into the forest. Behind the forest was a mountain. Relentlessly chasing, Chen Zong and the other 4 drilled into the forest and rushed up the mountain. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Chase? Keep chasing. Just wait for your death. As if they were about to reach their destination, the Eagle Man let out a sharp sneer. Suddenly, the bodies of the 3 black demon sect cultivators changed again. Their auras dropped as their bodies dispelled the demon transformation and returned to their original state. The black demon sect cultivators could use the demon transformation, but there was a time limit. Once the time limit was reached, the transformation would automatically dispel it. After dispelling the transformation, their aura would drop for a short period of time, even worse than normal. In general, the demon transformation was like a forbidden technique, but the side effects weren't that strong. After dispelling the demon transformation, the 3 black demon sect cultivators immediately drilled into a hidden cave in front of them. Stop! Zhang Ying was even more cautious and hurriedly called out. Stop what? The enemy is right in front of us. Xiao Hongfu didn't listen. After saying this, he directly drilled into the cave and chased after them. Kill them and complete the mission. Zhou Dong smiled coldly and chased after them with his long saber. Yi Qianren glanced at Zhang Ying and Chen Zong, and also chased after them with his 2 maces. His face was full of fighting spirit. Let's go. Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly. Since things had already come to this point, there was no point in retreating. It was better to chase after them. The gurgling sound was faint at first, but it became clear as they entered. It was like boiling water, and they could faintly hear voices. Lord Bloodbat Envoy, there are enemies chasing us. Lord Bloodbat Envoy, the enemies are very strong. We need you to personally take action. It was obvious that these were the voices of the 3 black demon sect cultivators. Bloodbat Envoy? Hearing this name, Chen Zong didn't know why he felt a chill and raised his vigilance to the extreme. Kill! Xiao Hongfu, Zhou Dong, and Yi Qianren, who were the first to enter, were already engaged in a fierce battle of life and death with the 3 black demon sect cultivators. Chen Zong and Zhang Ying rushed out of the passage and entered the cave. Their gazes swept over the 6 people who were fighting fiercely and swept over the entire cave. The red light illuminated the cave, as if it was covered in a layer of blood. In the depths of the cave, there was a red pool of water. It seemed as if it was boiling, and bubbles were rising from it, emitting an incomparably strong fishy smell. The red pool was actually a pool of blood. A figure was lying in the pool of blood. It seemed as if it was bathing in it, floating up and down along with the bubbles of the blood pool. That's Bloodbat Envoy? Chen Zong thought to himself. Chen Zong, let's attack and get rid of the 3 of them first. Zhang Ying withdrew his gaze and said, Okay. Zhang Ying and Chen Zong immediately drew their swords and attacked the black demon sect cultivator who could demonize and transform into an eagleman. Perhaps it was because the demonization had been removed, but this cultivator's strength was lower than before. He was gradually suppressed by Zhou Dong. The blade light was cold and fierce, leaving 2 wounds on the opponent's body. Zhang Ying and Chen Zong attacked, and in an instant, the black demon sect cultivator was killed. Zhou Dong also slashed with his blade at the same time, directly cutting the black demon sect cultivator's body in 2. The 2 of them flew into the blood pool and smashed into the floating body in the blood pool. When the body was smashed, it seemed to tremble slightly. However, Chen Zong and the others were attacking the other black demon sect cultivators, so they didn't notice. Lord Bloodbat Envoy. The black demon sect cultivator who could transform into a tiger man was also hit, and he roared before dying. In the end, only the black demon sect cultivator who could transform into a bear man was left. It was probably related to the fused bloodline. The black demon sect cultivator who could demonize and transform into a bear man had a more tyrannical physique, stronger defense, and tenacious vitality. After being hit by 5 people, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he let out a horrifying laugh. You will all die. Lord Bloodbat Envoy will suck all of your blood dry, just like the other cultivators in the past. Die. Xiao Hongfu once again blasted out a palm. This palm didn't seem fast, but it contained an incomparably terrifying power. It directly hit the Black Demon Sect cultivator's chest, and a terrifying power erupted, directly shattering his heart. The heart was the source of qi and blood. Once it shattered, the cultivator would die instantly. Who is this Bloodbat Envoy he's talking about? Zhou Dong couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It can't be the person in the blood pool, right? Zhang said. Suddenly, everyone looked over. The body was still floating in the blood pool, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. The 5 Black Demon Sect cultivators are dead. Take their bodies and leave this place immediately. Chen Zong's tone was somewhat dignified. Their understanding of the Black Demon Sect was really too little. They had no idea what the so-called Bloodbat Envoy was. But if 5 powerful Black Demon Sect cultivators called him Lord, then he must be even stronger. Maybe he was even a Qi-refining realm cultivator that surpassed the Qi and blood realm. Looking at the body lying in the blood pool, it gave them a very strange feeling. It was best to leave as soon as possible. As for taking the bodies, it was to bring them back to the 7 Lights Martial Academy to turn in the mission. It was also to let the 7 Lights Martial Academy know that the Black Demon Sect from hundreds of years ago was showing signs of resurgence. Let's go. At this time, Xiao Hongfu didn't dare to say anything. He grabbed the 2 bodies and quickly retreated out of the cave. Keek. Strange laughter suddenly sounded, as if it came from all directions. It was dense, hoarse, dry, and sharp, like broken ceramic pieces violently rubbing against each other. When it fell into the ears, it felt like a demonic sound piercing through the brain. It made Chen Zong and the others feel very uncomfortable. Their scalps went numb, and their chests felt tight and nauseous. Since you're here, then stay. The moment the voice sounded, Chen Zong and the others' faces changed greatly. They immediately sped up and rushed towards the cave passage. However, even though they were fast, the other party seemed to be even faster. 5 blood arrows pierced through the air and shot towards them. Each blood arrow contained a terrifying power that could shatter rocks. The 5 of them had no choice but to shatter the blood arrows or dodge. When they were delayed for a moment, a blood-colored afterimage flew past. There was no one in the blood pool. The strange laughter sounded again. Everyone looked over and saw an additional figure at the entrance of the cave passage. It seemed that he had been standing there waiting for a long time. The figure was wearing a blood-red cloak that covered his entire body. He stood there straight and had a strange appearance. There were even 2 sharp teeth protruding from his lips. It looked like a human-shaped bat. This was the feeling that Chen Zong and the others had. Could it be that this is a warrior who has integrated the blood of a bat demon beast? Chen Zong secretly guessed. It was close to the truth. The other party's appearance was strange. His face was very pale, as if he had lost too much blood. His eyes flashed with a strange deep luster, with a trace of coldness and bloodthirstiness. When his gaze fell on Chen Zong and the others, they immediately felt a wave of coldness sweep over them. It was as if it was going to spread all over their bodies, making them shudder. Keek. I want all the blood and qi of the 5 of you. Emissary Bloodbat once again let out a strange laughter that made one's scalp tingle. As long as I absorb the blood and qi of the 5 of you, my injuries will recover faster. As long as I recover, I can absorb the blood and qi of more powerful warriors and become even more powerful. Chen Zong and the others could not help but feel cold all over, especially Xiao Hong and Fu Zhaneying. This was the first time that they had heard that someone could absorb blood and chi to recover and even improve their cultivation. They could not help but be more afraid of the Black Demon sect warriors. Chapter 115. Were you the one who sucked the blood of those hundreds of villagers dry? Zhang Ning suddenly asked. Although emissary blood bat exerted a lot of pressure on them, they were all first senior brothers of their respective halls. Their willpower was even stronger and they would not be easily suppressed. A bunch of ants. What right do they have for me to suck their blood? Emissary blood bat laughed strangely. Their blood is in there. It turned out that the blood in the blood pool was the blood of those hundreds of villagers. Anger suddenly surged from within and spread throughout their bodies. Their chi and blood boiled. Chen Zong and the other four stared at emissary blood bat angrily. Not only did he not treat hundreds of people as humans, but he also sucked their blood to form a blood pool. This kind of action would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the heavens. You are injured. How much strength do you have left? Yi Qianren, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His voice was obscure and full of anger. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt and a hurricane was about to roar. More than enough to kill you all. As soon as he finished speaking, emissary blood bat moved. His cape spread out like a pair of bat wings sweeping across the sky. His entire body was like a giant bat as he charged towards them. His speed was extremely fast and he brought with him a terrifying pressure. The smell of blood filled the air. Yi Qianren raised his pair of maces and his chi and blood exploded. The maces seemed to light up and turned into two small hurricanes that roared out. Kill! Zhang Ning, Chen Zong and the others also attacked emissary blood bat. Insignificant skill. Emissary blood bat's sharp voice seemed to ring in everyone's ears at the same time. A gust of wind whistled past. Chen Zong and the others felt as if they had hit something, but they also did not hit anything. The red figure flashed in front of them and immediately, an extremely powerful force bombarded them. The five of them were all hit and each of them flew back more than 10 meters. When they landed, they kept retreating. Their backs hit the wall of the cave and they were in great pain. Their chi and blood surged violently. This attack did not hit them directly, so they were not injured. However, it was their weapons that were hit. Their hands were trembling and they felt as if the bones in their arms were about to shatter. It was an inexplicable horror. Emissary blood bat's strength was too terrifying. Not only was his speed so fast that they could not catch him, his strength was also extremely powerful. Be angry. Be afraid. Your blood will taste even better. Envoy blood bat's voice came from all directions. Everyone could only catch a glimpse of a red figure. After flying around in a circle, it attacked again. Chen Zong and the other four were unable to withstand the repeated attack. They were knocked back again and again, but they were not injured. They only felt their bodies trembling and their blood surging. Their faces were pale. Damn it, he's deliberately toying with us. Xiao Hongfu's face was full of anger, and he was about to explode. Judging from the speed and strength displayed by the blood bats, it would not be too difficult to kill them. What they were doing now was clearly toying with them. Calm down. His goal is to deliberately anger us, Zhang Ning said. Although Chen Zong felt powerless, he was not as angry as Xiao Hongfu. Instead, he became calmer and calmer. He observed more carefully and came to two conclusions through Xiao Hongfu's words. First, this emissary blood bat was injured. His injuries had not healed, and his strength was not at its peak. His speed was very fast, and although each of his attacks seemed powerful, they were not completely unblockable. Second, emissary blood bat had said that the angrier they were, the more fearful they were, the more delicious their blood would taste. He did not know whether this was true or not, but Chen Zong felt that there was a certain possibility. As such, emissary blood bat would not easily kill the five of them. This way, they still had a chance to live. At a time like this, they could not lose their rationality. They had to remain calm and look for any opportunity. Take out all of your strength and kill him. Zhou Dong's heart burned with anger. His eyes shone with a cold light, and he instantly used the blood-boiling technique. Like Bai Yushan, the first disciples of the various halls all cultivated the blood-boiling technique, and they had all cultivated it to the third layer. Their blood surged, their skin quickly turned red, their strength increased by 2,000 kilograms, and their speed increased by 30%. This kind of increase did not only increase their attack speed, but also their movement speed. Xiao Hongfu, Zhan Ying, and Yi Qianren all used the third layer of the blood-boiling technique. Their strength and speed had clearly increased. Lightning Chop Blade Technique, Lightning Chop. Zhou Dong's blood energy exploded, and he locked onto Emissary Bloodbat's figure. His blade violently slashed out like lightning. Scram! Emissary Bloodbat's figure flashed, and his red cloak was like a gust of wind. He shattered the blade light with one claw, and his other hand slammed into Zhou Dong's chest. With a bang, Zhou Dong was sent flying. The power of that blade was extraordinary. Emissary Bloodbat, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, paused for a moment. Yi Qianren roared and used the high human-grade martial art, whirlwind technique. His two maces turned into two roaring whirlwinds, fiercely bombarding Emissary Bloodbat. At the same time, Zhan Ying's figure leapt up, circling like a goshawk. His eagle claws were pushed to the extreme, and his claws could easily shatter steel. Xiao Hongfu took a step forward, and in another flash, he appeared behind Emissary Bloodbat. His palms were completely red, as if he had poured a large amount of blood energy into them. His palms also swelled up like two small millstones. They fiercely shattered the air, and pressed towards Emissary Bloodbat's back. Blood-boiling technique. Chen Zong used the wind stepping step. With a single step, he crossed 8 meters and appeared at Envoy Bloodbat's side. The fake frost-flowing sword trembled, and the sword's body swayed. It instantly bent and then straightened. As it bent and straightened, it emitted a frightening amount of energy. Combined with the strength and speed of the third layer of the blood-boiling technique, Chen Zong mercilessly stabbed out with all of his strength. The lonely starlight illuminated the entire cavern, suppressing the red light, making it unprecedentedly bright. This could be considered the first time the 5 of them had truly worked together, but they did very well. Yi Qianren's twin truncheons were repelled, and his entire body was pushed back. His blood and qi roiled, and the blood-boiling technique was also forced to stop. Zhan Ying's eagle claws grabbed onto Emissary Bloodbat's shoulder. Just as he was about to use his strength to tear it apart, he was hit by a terrifying shockwave. It shook Zhan Ying's claws to the point that they felt like they were about to be torn apart. The terrifying shockwave caused him to fly backwards. Zhan Ying was extremely shocked. It had to be known that under the third layer of the blood-boiling technique and the full power of the goshawk technique, this attack also contained a wisp of the goshawk's strength. It could easily shatter rocks, and even steel could be easily shattered. Note that this was not in theory, but in the truest sense of the word. That attack would even leave a deep mark on steel. No matter how strong a human's body was, could it compare to steel? It could not. No matter how strong a demonic beast's body was, could it compare to steel? From what he knew, it clearly could not. However, when that attack hit its target, it was not able to injure it. Instead, it was blasted away. How terrifying was that? In reality, it wasn't that Envoy Bloodbat's body was stronger than steel. Rather, it was his inner strength. The inner strength that exploded out in an instant possessed a terrifying amount of power. However, the injured Envoy Bloodbat couldn't use his inner strength too much, so he couldn't display his full strength. After that attack blasted Zhan Ying away, it also paused for a moment. Xiao Hongfu's 2 palms took advantage of this opportunity to attack. The two palms, which contained an incomparably terrifying amount of power, struck the same spot on Envoy Bloodbat's back. With two bangs, they were still blasted away by Envoy Bloodbat's inner strength. However, Envoy Bloodbat didn't have a good time either. His entire body trembled, and his face seemed to become even paler. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. If he wanted to recover from his heavy injuries, it would be best for him to absorb a large amount of blood, especially the blood of martial artists. The stronger the martial artist, the more delicious their blood would be and the more energy it contained, which would allow him to recover faster. Unfortunately, he had been discovered as soon as he began, and his injuries were still quite heavy. Otherwise, with his strength alone, he would be able to slaughter Chen Zong and the others several times over with a single hand. Xiao Hongfu flew backwards, and the blood-boiling technique was also forcefully dispelled. Chen Zong's sword seized this fleeting opportunity to attack. This sword carried with it an incomparably cold light. It was like a lonely star that streaked across the sky, piercing towards Envoy Bloodbat's heart. In that instant, Envoy Bloodbat felt his hair stand on end. He was abnormally furious. They were just a few ants, nothing in his eyes. They had actually caused him to be even more injured. Now, this sword made him feel even more threatened. Scram! Envoy Bloodbat grabbed at the sword light with one claw, while his other claw grabbed towards Chen Zong's heart. He didn't hold back this time. He wanted to dig out Chen Zong's heart. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Zong's sword, which he had used all his strength to stab out, shifted slightly. He displayed astonishing control, and stabbed towards Envoy Bloodbat's claw. The tip of the sword broke through Envoy Bloodbat's cloak, pierced through his tough skin, and pierced through his tough muscles. When it was about to stab towards his heart, Envoy Bloodbat twisted his body slightly, using the gap between his ribs to block the sword. At the same time, Envoy Bloodbat's claw also struck Chen Zong's heart. With a sudden claw, Chen Zong's clothes were torn apart, and the enormous force caused his body to fly backwards. In midair, he spat out blood and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. He heavily hit the hard wall of the cave. With a bang, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, motionless. In Envoy Bloodbat's hand was a triangular black iron piece covered with cloth. It was this iron piece that protected Chen Zong's heart from being dug out. However, the internal strength contained in it still rushed out. It first bombarded the golden silk inner armor, then bombarded the blood-brooding jade essence. After passing through the blood-brooding jade essence, and being weakened by the copper skin, it finally blasted into Chen Zong's body, directly hitting his heart. The true sword of Tianju's heart contained in his heart instantly counterattacked. It was only able to resist a little before it was shattered by the terrifying blood-colored internal strength. However, the internal strength that had been heavily weakened was not much left. When it attacked Chen Zong's heart, it didn't shatter it. However, the impact still caused some damage to the heart, and he fainted immediately. 5 people, 5 warriors with amazing strength in the Qi and Blood realm, were all defeated by Envoy Bloodbat at this moment. Each of them fell to the ground with internal injuries and couldn't move for a while. Even if they were seriously injured and couldn't use much of their strength in the Qi refining realm, they still had terrifying and unstoppable strength. Chapter 116. First update on shelf, request to subscribe. I didn't expect that I would be injured by you 5 ants. However, you should be proud to be able to injure me. Emissary Bloodbat's deep gaze swept across them with an indescribable cruelty. His voice became more and more ear-piercing. However, it's all over now. Your blood should be delicious. I will slowly enjoy it. As he spoke, Emissary Bloodbat's deep gaze fell on Zhou Dong's body. Zhou Dong was the first to be sent flying by him, and was the first to struggle to stand up. He was staring at him with a pair of eyes filled with hatred and anger. However, he was severely injured. He could barely hold his long saber, let alone use it again. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. After all, Zhou Dong did not want to die. He had a talent that surpassed ordinary warriors. As long as he continued to work hard, he was destined to go further than ordinary warriors and become stronger. Emissary Bloodbat's strength was too terrifying. This was under the condition that he had not recovered from his injuries. It was already enough to make people feel despair. In front of him, they were just like children. His heart was filled with anger and fear. Zhou Dong knew that if there were no accidents, he and the others would definitely die. It would not be a normal death, but a death where all of their blood would be sucked dry. Just thinking about that kind of death made him shudder. However, Zhou Dong had the pride of a warrior. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would not surrender. He continued to circulate his cultivation technique, accumulating his strength little by little. Even if he knew that he was no match for the opponent, he would still explode with his last attack. Kill. His voice was hoarse like his last sorrowful cry. Zhou Dong exploded with the last of his strength, waving his saber to attack Emissary Bloodbat. This was the last attack of his life, but it was not the strongest attack because it was too weak. Final struggle. Emissary Bloodbat laughed viciously. He flicked his finger and the long blade that was slashing towards him flew out of his hand. Immediately after, his hand turned into a claw and grabbed Zhou Dong's shoulder. He quickly pulled Zhou Dong closer and opened his mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs. He suddenly bit towards Zhou Dong's neck. Zhou Dong's face was filled with shock as he continued to struggle. However, due to his heavy injuries, his struggles were too weak. In truth, even if he was at his peak, he would not have been able to break free from Envoy Bloodbat's grasp. The 4 fangs pierced into Zhou Dong's neck artery, which was where most of his blood was flowing. After piercing it, Zhou Dong immediately felt his blood being sucked away, flowing into the Bloodbat envoy's mouth. The feeling of his life being sucked away filled his entire body. His consciousness kept falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking forever. Zhou Dong's body twitched unconsciously, as if he was shivering. His face became paler and paler, and his eyes dimmed. Finally, his head tilted to one side and he stopped breathing. Not long after, Zhou Dong's blood was sucked dry by the Bloodbat envoy. His skin became dull and shriveled, like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Zhan Ing, Xiao Hongfu, and Yi Qianren. Their faces changed drastically, and they were horrified. Although the 3 of them were hit by the Bloodbat envoy's counterattack, their injuries were not as serious as Chen Zong's. After all, Chen Zong had stabbed the Bloodbat envoy with his sword and angered him. Therefore, the counterattack was the strongest. If it were not for the iron plate and the heavy blood jade essence, he would have been killed by the Bloodbat envoy's counterattack. The 3 of them woke up from their coma, and their strength recovered slightly. When they saw the scene of Zhou Dong's blood being sucked dry, the impact was indescribable. It was incomparably terrifying. In the end, they were still very young, and their exciting lives had just begun. The Qi and Blood realm was only the first step for a martial artist. With their talent, it was not difficult for them to step into the Qi refining realm. Although they had thought that they would die, it was definitely not in this way. With a bang, the Bloodbat envoy threw away Zhou Dong's shriveled corpse and rolled a few times on the ground. His deep gaze swept over the 3 of them, causing their hair to stand on end. The cold air penetrated their heads and penetrated their spines to the soles of their feet. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Which one should I choose for the second one? The Bloodbat envoy said as he swept his gaze over them, bringing with him an even greater pressure of death. After absorbing Zhou Dong's blood, his injuries seemed to have recovered a little, and his voice was even sharper. With one sentence, the three of them changed their faces again. Their pupils shrank to the size of needles, and they were terrified. When the Bloodbat envoy's gaze fell on Xiao Hongfu's face, Xiao Hongfu shouted, "I am from the Xiao family of the ultimate martial main city. My father is the second elder of the Xiao family. If you kill me, my father will not let you go." "So what if you are from the Xiao family?" The Bloodbat envoy laughed. "Since you said so, then I will start with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Bloodbat envoy's body flashed, and like a bat in the night sky, he appeared in front of Xiao Hongfu in an instant. His hand turned into a claw and grabbed Xiao Hongfu's shoulder, lifting him up. "Go to hell!" Xiao Hongfu burst out again, pouring all of his recovered strength into his right palm. His palm turned red, and he fiercely slammed it towards the Bloodbat envoy's head. Although this palm was not at its peak, it was still very powerful. If the Bloodbat envoy was hit, even if he was not injured, he would still feel dizzy. The Bloodbat envoy had experienced hundreds of battles, so how could he let Xiao Hongfu get away with it? Without any pretense, the Bloodbat envoy exerted strength in his claw and grabbed Xiao Hongfu's shoulder. His sharp fingers pierced into Xiao Hongfu's flesh like sharp blades. The intense pain made Xiao Hongfu's body tremble, and his palm became weak and powerless. Soon after, Xiao Hongfu let out a blood-curdling scream. His body twitched, his legs kicked, and his hands clawed. He became more and more powerless, and the blood in his body was quickly absorbed by the Bloodbat envoy. "Let's go!" Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they immediately burst out with the qi and blood they had just gathered. They used their footwork and quickly rushed out of the cave. No matter what, if they rushed out of this cave first, then they might have a chance at survival. Otherwise, if they continued to stay, they would only end up like Zhou Dong and Xiao Hongfu, having their blood sucked dry. They would die an incomparably miserable death. As for Chunzong, they felt that he was already dead. Not to mention, they did not have a deep relationship with him. At this moment of life and death, who would think so much? Even if they were at their peak, it would be difficult for them to escape from the Bloodbat envoy's eyes, let alone their heavily injured bodies. Before they reached the entrance of the cave, a black shadow smashed towards them, bringing with it a whistling sound. The two of them hurriedly dodged, only to find that it was Xiao Hongfu's corpse. His blood had already been sucked dry, and his body was shriveled up like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. The two of them felt a chill run down their spines, and they were terrified. "Little mouse, you can't escape." The Bloodbat envoy's sharp voice seemed to ring in their ears at the same time. "Let's fight it out with him," Zhang Ying said angrily. He once again used the blood-boiling technique to forcefully increase his strength. Yi Qianren did the same. With heavily injured bodies, it was not advisable to use forbidden technique. Otherwise, there would be repercussions. If it was light, they would need a period of time to recover. If it was serious, it would affect their foundations, and they might not be able to break through to the training realm for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment they did not care too much. There was only hope if they were alive. If they were dead, then there would be nothing left. Everything is just a struggle. The Bloodbat envoy laughed sinisterly. After absorbing Xiao Hongfu's blood, his injuries had healed slightly. The more injuries he recovered, the more power he could use, and his strength would also increase. Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren exploded with all their strength, but they were sent flying by the Bloodbat envoy's claw. They rolled on the ground like gourds, their bodies covered in dust. They were in an extremely sorry state. Their injuries became even more serious, and they were unable to get up. "If I absorb the blood of the three of you, my injuries will recover a bit more." The Bloodbat envoy could sense that Chunzong was still alive. This was a good thing. Otherwise, he would not be interested in absorbing the blood of a dead person. It would not do him any good. However, the Bloodbat envoy did not know that at this moment, Chen Zong was undergoing a transformation. If he sucked Chen Zong's blood dry now, then Chen Zong would naturally die, and there would not be any further changes. Just now, the Bloodbat envoy's claw was about to dig out Chen Zong's heart, but it was blocked by the key that opened the stone room in the mountain wall. After that, the impact of the inner chi was weakened by a portion through the golden silk inner armor and the blood-sinking jade essence, and then by the copper skin. When it rushed into the heart and collided with the true sword of Heaven's End, only a small portion of the inner chi was left. The heart had been tempered by the true sword of Heaven's End skill's minor cycle of chi and blood to the major cycle of Heaven's End skill. In terms of toughness, it was not inferior to a martial artist at the 9th level of the chi and blood realm. It was only slightly injured and unconscious. While unconscious, the blood-sinking jade essence that was penetrated by the inner chi was also affected. It exploded with a large wave of pure blood chi. Following the inner chi, it fiercely surged into Chen Zong's body. Just as it was about to shatter Chen Zong's heart, the mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows trembled and released a ray of light. It dispersed the majestic pure blood chi and rapidly circulated it in the true sword of Heaven's End skill. The blood chi was like a sword, incomparably sharp. It was also like a galloping horse, circulating in the major cycle of Heaven's End skill over and over again. Under the continuous circulation, the cultivation base that had reached the peak of the 8th level of the chi and blood realm increased by a sliver, completely reaching its limit. However, in an instant, the pure blood chi of the blood-sinking jade essence that surged into his body was extremely majestic. The blood chi circulated faster and faster, becoming more and more condensed. Gradually, it shrank inward. With every cycle that shrank inward, the blood chi seemed to become more condensed. From the 7th level of the chi and blood realm to the 8th level, it was a metamorphosis from the minor cycle to the major cycle of Heaven's End. It was a type of strengthening from the inside to the outside. Although it could not allow the human body to break through its limits, it could make the tendons, bones, and skin harder and more resilient, giving them a stronger endurance. From the 8th level of the chi and blood realm to the 9th level, it was a metamorphosis from the major cycle of Heaven's End skill to the blood and chi furnace. It was a type of strengthening from the outside to the inside, strengthening the human body to a true limit. Over and over again, one cycle after another, Chen Zong's blood and chi were all compressed to the limit and gathered below his heart. It condensed into the shape of a furnace, emitting a scorching heat as if it wanted to cook his heart. Thump, 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 thump. His heart was beating wildly and his blood was surging like wave. An even more tyrannical power filled his entire body. Chen Zong woke up. After waking up, Chen Zong exploded with power. The third layer of the blood-boiling technique increased his strength by 1,000 kilograms, causing Chen Zong's arm strength to reach a shocking 12,000 kilograms. His figure instantly leapt into the air, grabbing the fake frost-flowing sword. He used the wind stepping steps, covering 10 meters in a single step. Under the third layer of the blood-boiling technique's 30% increase in speed, he was so fast that he looked like an afterimage. Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword kill. Following this explosive roar, Chen Zong's killing intent seemed to increase by a fraction. Chapter 117. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. This sword strike contained all of Chen Zong's strength. He used all of his physical strength and chi blood. Originally, Chen Zong would have needed at least a month to break through to the 9th level of the chi and blood realm and condense the blood furnace. That attack from Bloodbat Envoy had caused a large amount of pure blood chi from the blood-agglomerating jade essence to surge into his body. He was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, he had the help of the mysterious sword tip to avert the disaster. After surviving the disaster and making a breakthrough, Chernzong's cultivation reached the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm and condensed the blood furnace. The power contained in his Qi and blood skyrocketed. His physique was strengthened and his physical strength increased. His physical strength was at least 20% stronger than that of the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm. He did not hold back at all. It was a sword full of killing intent. There was nothing else but death. Although Bloodbat Emissary was a master of the Qi refining realm, he was severely injured. Chernzong's sword was extremely powerful. Bloodbat Emissary's eyes were completely white. He could only vaguely see an extremely sharp sword light, like frost, cutting across the sky and instantly killing him. The power contained in that sword made him feel threatened. He could smell the scent of death. "You're still too early to kill me." With a sharp voice, Bloodbat Envoy temporarily gave up on absorbing Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren's blood. His face was ferocious and his eyes were fierce. He did not dare to use his inner force easily. He poured it into his right claw, which lit up with a pale red luster and tore the air apart. That claw could even tear a piece of precious iron into pieces. It was many times stronger than Zhang Ying's eagle claw. In the white, a few blood-red claw marks streaked across and grabbed at the frost-like sword gleam. Unexpectedly, the sword gleam seemed to be refracted in water. It avoided the claw marks and went for Bloodbat Envoy's chest. Chernzong pushed that sword to the extreme. The sword was longer than the claw, and it landed on the Bloodbat Envoy's chest first. The terrifying power and sharpness directly tore apart the Bloodbat Envoy's cloak, tearing it apart. The astonishing power then shattered it. The tough chest was split open, and the sternum was cut in. Under the sword, Ambassador Bloody Bat flew backward, and the remaining claw power also hit Chernzong's chest. It was so sharp that it could easily tear steel. Chernzong's flesh and blood couldn't resist it at all, even though he was wearing the golden silk inner armor, which was the first level of the body forging skill, copper skin. Under the threat of death, Chernzong unleashed some of the qi and blood he had recovered. He barely managed to perform the shadow body movement technique at the consummate stage and quickly moved to the side to dodge. Due to the lack of qi and blood, forcefully executing the perfect realm shadow body movement technique resulted in internal injuries. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but it was better than being torn apart by the claw force. Emissary Bloodbat flew backward. There was a sword wound on his chest, from his shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Large amounts of blood seeped out and fell into the blood pool, splashing countless blood flowers. Huff, huff, huff! Chernzong gasped for breath. He stabbed his sword into the ground to support his body. His chest heaved up and down violently. It was too frightening. That sword was beyond his usual level. Not only was it powerful, but it also gave him an indescribable feeling. Now that he had relaxed, not only did he feel physically weak, but he also felt mentally empty. He was so tired that he wanted to lie down and sleep without caring about anything else. But he couldn't. That sword probably didn't even kill Emissary Bloodbat. At most, he would be severely injured. An injured Qi refining realm master was still not to be underestimated. "Let's go," Chernzong said as he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren recovered from the shock. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and they felt extremely weak. But they still held on. They had to leave this place. As for Zhou Dong and Xiao Hongfu's dried corpses, as well as the bodies of the Black Demon Sect warriors, no one cared about them. None of you can leave." A voice full of anger sounded. It was extremely ferocious, and it made Chernzong and the other two's scalps go numb. 3 blood arrows shot through the air with terrifying power that could shatter rock. "Dodge!" The 3 hurriedly jumped forward and barely dodged. The ground and the walls of the cave were smashed into basin-sized holes. Emissary Bloodbat rushed out from the blood pool, but it was obvious that his speed was much slower than before. Chen Zong and the other two rolled on the ground and rushed into the cave. They used all their strength to run. So what if their injuries worsened? As long as they could survive, they would find a way to recover. To put it bluntly, Emissary Bloodbat, who was only wearing a pair of animal skin shorts, rushed out. After he landed, he quickly chased after them. There was a long sword wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen. The blood had stopped flowing, and there was another sword wound on his back. That sword wound seemed to be shining with silver light, revealing a shocking sharpness. His injuries were mainly the sword wound on his back. If compared with the sword wound on his chest, it would form a cross-sword wound. Chen Zong and the other two quickly rushed out of the cave. Before they could run a few steps, Emissary Bloodbat chased after them. Emissary Bloodbat, who was already heavily injured, was directly hit by Chen Zong's sword. His injuries worsened a lot, which made it impossible for him to use his body. However, in Emissary Bloodbat's eyes, Chen Zong and the other two were already at the end of their rope. Death loomed over Chen Zong and the other two. Even though Emissary Bloodbat was heavily injured, he was still faster than them. He quickly approached them, and his strength was also above them. So you hid here. You made me chase you for a long time. Just as Emissary Bloodbat leaped towards Chen Zong, and his sharp claws were about to pierce through Chen Zong's neck, a cold voice sounded. Hearing it, people couldn't help but feel a chill. At the same time, a silver sword light pierced through the sky and shot towards him. "It's you!" Emissary Bloodbat's face suddenly changed. He screamed in horror and gave up Chen Zong's claws to grab the silver sword light. Once again, he burst out his internal strength that he didn't dare to use. He poured it into his claws and collided with the sword light. The harsh sound of metal colliding rang out. Countless sparks splashed out, and the air waves spread in all directions. Under the tyrannical power, Emissary Bloodbat flew backward at a faster speed. After he landed awkwardly, he rolled a few times. Then he quickly got up and hurriedly rushed to the distance, trying to escape. After the silver-white sword light, a silver-white figure shot out like an arrow, bringing with it a shocking sharpness. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air, instantly passing by Chen Zong and the others. It brought with it a shocking sword wind, causing the grass and trees to dance. "Silver Sword Star, don't go too far." Emissary Bloodbat looked back and was horrified. He shouted in a stern voice, "If I want to kill you, you should die." The silver voice was extremely cold. Demon eyes. In the face of danger, Emissary Bloodbat went all out. He turned into a half-human, half-bat, and his aura suddenly became much stronger. However, he didn't turn into a life-and-death battle with Silver Sword Star, but it was convenient for him to escape. Membranes seemed to grow under the arms of his upper body, like the wings of a bat. He flapped his wings and soared into the air, his speed increasing rapidly. The demonic beast that Emissary Bloodbat integrated with was a kind of vampire bat. After demonizing, although he couldn't fly like a real vampire bat, he could do it in a short time, and his speed was very fast. If you were in your best condition, you could escape. But now you can only die. Silver Sword Star's cold voice rang out again. It was direct and fierce, like an invisible sword piercing straight toward Emissary Bloodbat. Chen Zong and the other two people could barely see a silver figure, which seemed to be integrated with the sword light. It was too fast. The sword pierced through the air, ignoring the distance of more than 10 meters. The highly condensed silver sword light seemed to be able to pierce through a hill. Chen Zong and the other two people were horrified. They felt like their eyes and everything was being pierced through by the sword light. Emissary Bloodbat let out a blood-curdling scream as his back was pierced through. He fell from the sky and crashed into the ground with a bang, howling in pain. The terrifying power contained in the sword continued to wreak havoc within his body, causing even deeper damage. In fact, Emissary Bloodbat was also unlucky. He saw that Silver Sword Star's cultivation was not as high as his, so he set his eyes on him and planned to absorb his blood to increase his cultivation. However, he didn't expect Silver Sword Star to be so powerful. After a fierce battle, Silver Sword Star actually injured him severely, forcing him to demonize and escape. Even after escaping to this place, he was still chased by Silver Sword Star. Die! Silver Sword Star's eyes were extremely cold. There seemed to be a flash of silver light in them. He raised his sword and slashed toward Emissary Bloodbat, who was struggling to get up. Kill me as you wish. When the Black Demon Sect reappears, you will die. The True Sword Academy will also be reduced to ashes. Emissary Bloodbat said his last words. The silver sword light flashed, and the sword was cut in half. Chunzong and the other two people finally saw Silver Sword Star clearly. He wore a silver-white robe that was very close-fitting, outlining his slender and vigorous figure. However, it didn't appear to be restricting his movements. Instead, it accentuated the sharpness of a sword. It seemed to be an outfit specially prepared for sword practitioners. His hair was black, and he wore a silver crown on his head. His face looked like it was carved with a knife. He was resolute and cold. His eyes were indifferent, and his tightly pursed lips looked powerful. His eyes slid past Emissary Bloodbat and landed on Chunzong and the other two people. His cold eyes and the sharpness that he showed just now made Chunzong and the other two people unable to move. It was as if there were three invisible swords hanging over their heads. They were inexplicably shocked. Fortunately, this Silver Sword Star was not an enemy. He only glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze. Without saying a word, he turned into a silver-white stream of light and flew away. A few seconds later, he disappeared in front of the three of them. Phew, the three people just let out a sigh of relief. They felt that their bodies were soaked. They didn't dare to relax. They hurriedly took out energy pills and beast blood pills to recover as much energy as possible. Then, they took out Chao Huan pills to heal their internal injuries. They were given these pills when they were out on a mission. They didn't have to pay for them. It was a benefit of being the chief disciple. Chapter 118. Third Update. The simple courtyard was located above the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy, as if it was isolated from the world. Tell me everything in detail. Inside the courtyard, a gray-robed old man spoke while tending to the flowers and plants. His tone was calm like the rolling clouds. His voice calmed the hearts of Chunzong and the other two. This old man was one of the vice principals of the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy, a true martial realm elite. Chunzong and the other two explained the details of the mission and supplemented them one after another. After hundreds of years, the Black Demon Sect has appeared again. Is there going to be chaos again? The vice principal muttered to himself in a low voice. Soon after, he turned around and looked over. His seemingly turbid gaze swept over Chunzong and landed on him. A bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen through Chunzong. You injured a Black Demon Sect's Chi refining stage martial artist with one strike? He was heavily injured. I was lucky, Chunzong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. As long as an injured refinement realm martial artist can still move normally, he is not someone a blood chi realm martial artist can contend against. You were able to injure him with a single strike, which shows that your strength is extraordinary. The vice principal seemed to admire Chunzong. You are Chunzong? The one taught by Huan Yun swordsman? Yes. Chunzong replied. Do you have any questions? The vice principal was very fond of him. May I ask how powerful the Black Demon Sect is, vice principal? Chen Zong's mind turned quickly. He realized that he had many questions, but they were all related to the Black Demon sect. After quickly organizing his thoughts, he asked this question. The Black Demon sect was the overlord of the Kingdom era, and was the mastermind behind the destruction of the three kingdoms. They must be very powerful, but as for how powerful, Chen Zong was very vague. It was like saying that a person was very rich, but no one knew how much money he had. There was no clear concept. Very, very powerful, the vice principal elder said. Although he hadn't experienced the era when the Black Demon sect was wreaking havoc, as a true martial realm martial artist, he understood more and knew more details. The Black Demon sect has a clear hierarchy and a strict system. From top to bottom, there is a sovereign, 2 vice-sovereigns, 12 elders, and 36 protectors. Every one of them is a true martial realm martial artist. Chen Zong and the other 2 sucked in a breath of cold air. In total, there were 51 true martial realm experts. One must know that there were only 2 or 3 true martial realm experts in the Seven Lights Martial School. The difference was simply too great. The Blood Chi realm has 9 levels, the Strength Refining realm has 9 turns, and the True Martial realm also has 9 levels. Rumor has it that the Black Demon Sect Master and the 2 Vice Sect Masters have both reached the 9th level of the True Martial realm, and their strength is much stronger than the average 9th level of the True Martial realm. The 12 Elders are at least at the 7th level of the True Martial realm, and the 36 Protectors are at least at the 1st level of the True Martial realm. The Vice Principal's tone was cold and solemn. Due to the fact that they have fused with the blood of demon beasts, their strength is often stronger than martial artists of the same level. Fighting above their level is not a problem at all. Below the Protectors are the 72 Vajras, and they are all experts between the 7th and 9th cycles of the Strength Refining realm. Below them are the 108 Generals, and their cultivation is at least at the 4th cycle of the Strength Refining realm. After that are the 360 Envoys, and their cultivation is at least at the 1st cycle of the Strength Refining realm. The Blood Chi realm experts are known as the Black Demon Disciples. After listening to the Vice Principal's explanation, Chen Zong and the other 2 felt their hair stand on end. They were horrified. There were just too many experts in the Black Demon sect. In the entire Seven Lights Martial School, there were only 2 or 3 true martial realm experts, and there were only a few dozen in the Strength Refining realm. The Bloodbat envoy you encountered was at least at the 2nd cycle of the Strength Refining realm. The 3 of them were very lucky. It was really a great fortune for them to be able to survive. Cultivate well. Only with stronger strength can you fight against the Black Demon sect martial artists. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time. After the Vice Principal finished speaking, he waved his hand and let Chen Zong and the other 2 leave. The revival of such a powerful Black Demon sect was not something Chen Zong and the other 2 could consider. Naturally, the True Martial Alliance's True Martial Realm experts would consider how to deal with it. What Chen Zong and the other 2 needed to do was to first recover from their injuries, then cultivate diligently, strive for a breakthrough, and step into the Strength Refining realm. The Black Demon sect is too scary. On the path down the mountain, Zhang Ying's face was filled with a wry smile. According to my understanding, even the number 1 Nangong family in the ultimate martial main city doesn't have more than 10 true martial realm experts. The taciturn Yi Qianren suddenly said. This made Chen Zong and the other 2 even more aware of how scary the Black Demon sect was. I think, even the 4 great academies can't compare to the Black Demon sect. Zhang Ying once again smiled wryly. When Chen Zong heard this, a silvery white figure flashed in his mind. Especially that silvery white sword light. It was extremely sharp, as if nothing in the world could resist its slash. True Sword Academy. Silver Sword Star. When he heard this name, He had the impulse to draw his sword and show off his edge. The era of kingdoms had ended, and the era of true martial had begun. Under the true martial alliance's advocacy, martial arts techniques blossomed everywhere. The previous model was changed, and martial cities were built one after another, turning into a force dominated by clans. Other than clans, there were also some gangs and so on. Other than that, there were also martial academies built under the true martial alliance's advocacy. For example, the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy was one of them. There were 4 other martial academies under the Ultimate Martial Academy's jurisdiction, and they were usually led by the Ultimate Martial Academy. The other 4 main cities also had 5 martial academies under their jurisdiction. There were as many as 25 martial academies in the entire Eastern continent. Above the martial academies were the 4 great academies. Unlike the martial academies, which were under the jurisdiction of the main cities, they were completely independent, detached, and extremely powerful. If those who could enter the martial academies to cultivate were elites, then those who could enter the academies were the elites of the elite. Every one of them could become a chi-refining martial artist. The True Sword Academy was one of the 4 great academies. As the name implied, it focused on sword training, and was the best place for sword training martial artists. During this mission, 2 people died. Zhang Ying and Yi Qianren were severely injured. Fortunately, the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy did not mistreat them. They were given all kinds of healing pills and so on, allowing them to recover in a shorter time without leaving any sequelae. Chen Zong was lucky to have the help of the mysterious sword tip. He had even broken through to the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. His injuries were the lightest, and he recovered quickly. Other than that, they also received other compensation, which was 100,000 white jade coins and 10 blood essence pills. However, in the eyes of Zhang Ying and the others, they would rather not have such compensation. The price was too high. On the 3rd floor of the Chief Disciple Building, Chen Zong was focused on cultivating. The 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm was also known as the Blood Furnace. As the name implied, it continuously compressed and condensed the Qi and Blood of the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm until it condensed into a furnace under the heart. The furnace could refine everything. Although the Blood and Blood Furnace could not do that, it could refine energy faster and better, transforming it into Qi and Blood force to replenish consumption or improve cultivation. At this level, even if one did not actively cultivate, the Blood and Blood Furnace would continue to burn and cultivate on its own, slowly improving one's cultivation until the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Of course, the cultivation speed would be several times faster if one actively cultivated. In addition, under the Blood and Blood Furnace, the consumption of Qi and Blood force would be reduced to the extreme. Everyone would consume Qi and Blood force regardless of whether they were walking, sitting, or lying down. However, the higher one's cultivation level, the lower the consumption and the more one could maintain one's condition and be in the best state. One had to know that one's condition was very important. Although some martial artists had a high cultivation level and were powerful, they could not exert their full strength due to their poor condition and died. If one's cultivation level was raised to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Furnace, the consumption of Qi and Blood would be reduced to 10% under the effect of the Blood and Blood Furnace. The remaining 99% would be absorbed by the Blood and Blood Furnace and circulated in the body. A lesser dragon-subduing hand was blasted out, and the terrifying Qi and Blood force surged. When it hit the fine iron pillar, it vibrated and left a shallow palm print. If such a palm hit the head, it would be enough to shatter the head. Chen Zong slashed out again. Under the force of 10,000 caddies, the power of this sword became extremely terrifying, and it directly cut halfway into the fine iron pillar. My strength has indeed increased by a lot, but how did I use the sword that injured Bloodbat Envoy that day? Chen Zong fell into deep thought. That sword was the Heaven Light Cloud Shadow Sword, and he knew very well how to use it. The problem was that when he used that sword, there was another change. It was that change that allowed him to easily avoid Bloodbat Envoy's sharp claws and slash his opponent's chest, causing serious injuries. Otherwise, if he could not hurt his opponent after colliding with his opponent's sharp claws, he would have died. He would not have been able to hold on until the Silver Sword Star appeared. The state at that time was very strange. It was as if all the strength in his body was unified, and he could control it freely. It was a wonderful feeling. Now, Chernzong wanted to master such a sword. Once he mastered it, his strength would undoubtedly increase again, and not just by a little bit. He had a hunch that this was the case. Chernzong could only give up for the time being since he could not find a clue after thinking hard. Martial arts was like this. If one could not find a clue, then they would temporarily give up. This meant that one's accumulation was not enough and the time was not right. Otherwise, it would not be good for oneself. Among the 7 halls of the 7 Lights Martial Institution, Tianyao Hall is the most powerful. Every one of them is at least at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. They are also very powerful, surpassing the chief senior brothers of each hall. Now that my cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, in terms of strength, I can enter Tianyao Hall. Apart from some so-called privileges, the treatment of Tianyao Hall disciples was better than that of the chief senior brothers of each hall. In fact, those privileges were actually a kind of restraint and distraction. However, Tianyao Hall disciples did not need to care about anything. They only needed to enjoy the resources and cultivate wholeheartedly. Entering Tianyao Hall could be said to be the wish of every disciple of the other 6 halls. Even the disciples of Tianyao Hall were the same. Once there was an opportunity, they would definitely seize it and not let it go. Now that Chernzong felt that he had the strength to do so, of course, he would not let it go. After this mission and experiencing the great terror between life and death, my cultivation has made a breakthrough. My true sword Heavenly Art also shows signs of breaking through to the 5th level. I estimate that I will be able to successfully break through after a period of hard work. Then, should I wait until my true sword Heavenly Art breaks through to the 5th level before challenging Tianyao Hall, or should I challenge Tianyao Hall now? Let's do it now. The sooner I enter, the better. Time waits for no man, just like when I entered the 7 Lights Martial Institution in advance. After making his decision, Chernzong stood up and left the chief building. He headed to Instructor Yang's residence. It was also in Tianyao Hall, but it was more remote. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.